It was held at Richard Chamberlain's house, and he attended for just a real short time. So you actually were there sort of in the beginnings of the movement itself as such. Now, she married at the time. She was married. Okay, to Burnett. Right. Okay. And then at some point you were told, apparently, that
Why does it matter if she's married?
Jay-Z. She had a little more interest in just business with me. And by this time, there was more interest in developing the horse business as well. Okay.
And then after that, he ended up suing Jay-Z. First, he said she hid assets from him in the divorce and like brainwashed him to sign the settlement with mind control. But then he said that through that same brainwashing and mind control, she convinced him not to get treatment for HIV because he was HIV positive. They say that Jay-Z didn't have it, but he did. And she would say things to him like, this is a punishment and nature's way of like getting rid of homosexuality, and that you don't need to get like traditional medical treatment. You just need to do my teachings, Ramtha. Ramtha teaches something called CNE, like a breathing technique. Now, I don't know what it is, how other people do it, but this article where a reporter went in and actually saw them doing it, this is how they describe what they did for CNE. It says here, students sit in the lotus position doing CNE, a meditative breathing technique which involves clenching the buttocks and thighs, followed by forced breaths that make the arena sound like a pit of snakes, all hissing in unison. Some students tremble and shout with ecstasy. She apparently told him to do this CNE instead of getting actual treatment for HIV. And the sad thing is that he ends up suing her for this. This is what they always do. The judge determines that, yes, like there were assets hidden, so they give him more money based on like what he should have gotten in the settlement. But the judge does not agree that there was mind control and brainwashing going on. And so Jeff appeals it, but he died of HIV AIDS before the appeal process could be completed. So some people are like, you know, is she responsible for his death or is she not? I mean, the judge said she didn't brainwash him, but it was based on the testimony of a certain person that comes up a lot in here who they say was biased towards her. And this judge determined whether or not she was doing mind control of the testimony of this particular person who was biased towards Jay-Z. So there's a little controversy there, and it should have come up in the appeal and all that, but he died before it could happen. So that's messed up. There were a lot of other ex-members who would leave and they would say how awful and horrible it was. And there's one particular video that I found on YouTube from this woman who said that she was a child and that this cult ruined her childhood.
Hi, this is Rachel, and I wanted to talk about Jay-Z Night and the School of Enlightenment. Pretty much took my childhood. As an adult, I have a lot of problems and a lot of perception problems. I have a disorder. It's something that you can go to counseling for. I go to counseling for it. Now, Rampus already started the stuff about alien war that was supposed to happen. The alien war was supposed to happen in the late 90s. When I was a child, she was always there, but she still was a mother figure. She still fed me sometimes. She was sticking by my father's side, and he was very abusive in situations where she should have just, you know, turned in my father. She influenced a lot of unstable people, and con men flocked to these kinds of groups and gatherings. My father was a good con man. She said that there was an alien war that was coming. My father was a good con man. She stole my education. She stole my childhood. I was busy building these underground homes that she was part of. So I was picking up buckets of dirt. I would be literally like in a tunnel underground and having to hook a heavy bucket to a pulley that would get taken up, and then the bucket would be brought back down. She used her to work in the mine. On a pork and bean diet because of this alien war coming. My sister went in a diabetic shock at one time because my dad was on this survival diet. All he would do was pour honey in her throat. He did not take her to the hospital. My dad wasn't going to put that much effort into anybody, even his own child. She taught that even a murderer should not be punished. They're not right or wrong. It just is. So she's saying it's okay to kill someone in this life, that it's not a bad thing. They shouldn't be punished because they will be miserable in other lives. That's when people get killed. Well, my father took that real literal because he is a murder suspect and has been since 1993 for the murder of my mother. He was there in Connecticut the day she got killed. There's airline tickets to prove this. He lit my sister on fire. His excuse to the hospital was, oh, I was high. Now, he was doing the underground homes and part of her School of Enlightenment at this time. So he didn't see my sister as a body or a person. He just saw it as, oh, well, you know, it's not good or bad. I'm not going to get really punished for
Her
it.
sister got
I
this
was raped
too.
when I was 13, and the guy who raped me got me pregnant. And I found an adoption family, and I had been on the phone with them off and on. My dad comes up to me and is like, hey, you know, you're not going to adopt the baby because you're not going to give birth. You're either going to have an abortion or I'm going to beat that baby out of you.
What?
Another time he didn't see people as people is when he would beat my sister and I bloody if we cried over our mother after she was murdered. He would say it's not, there's no spirit, it's just an empty body, there's nothing to miss. When it was cold, my dad would say, hey, I don't care if your hands fall off, you're staying outside and you're working. This is all because she's talking about alien war and getting people to do bunkers. And guess what? I lost my childhood. I had to guess through my whole life, all because of this School of Enlightenment. I had to live with the chicken pox in the army tent. I have scars, so we weren't eating healthy, and my sister was diabetic, and it caused a lot of health problems for her.
There were other things that kept coming up, like there was this blindfold thing that would be done where she would have her members blindfold themselves, or her students. They would be basically put out in this fenced area, and they would have to run around and like attach these things or go through mazes or go through holes underground, because then there was a whole thing with the underground shelters because the aliens were coming. It was going to be a war with the aliens. I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Running around like this, full speed, blindfolded, and it got to the point where people got injured really badly and actually had to go to the hospital. The whole purpose of that was to like help them get over fear. But the irony is that she was constantly using fear to control them, which was the whole alien warfare thing. She would have them, and a lot of children too, create these underground shelters, bunkers, whatever you want to call them, that she would say in like Ramtha's voice were hovels. It was basically a thing with copper, all this copper on top that was going to protect from like the alien war, and doing insane, intense manual labor, all for this alien war that never ever happened. You know, she would tell them basically like 2042, the war is coming, things are going to go back to like when I was in Lemuria and stuff, because by the way, like this ranch that they're on, the reason why she picked it is because it's like where Lemuria used to be. The other thing that she would have them do, and this would come up a lot when I was reading articles, was to make them drink and smoke a lot. They would drink wine because they said that the aliens brought the grapes to Earth or something. I saw this one thing where she had like a pipe. The smoking and the wine would help you to become enlightened and shapeshift and transcend time and whatever. And so she would go on these like binges of like drinking and smoking and make everyone else go with her on this journey. They all felt like they had to do this.
God bless my life.
My life.
So be it. To life.
It was like, honestly, part of me, when I was reading it, I was like, it's just someone who just wanted to do this and didn't want to do it alone. Like, don't leave, like, one more, you know, whatever. Then I found this very disturbing thing which talks about this case, that this R word that happened at Ramtha's school, where a 15-year-old was R-worded by one of the teachers, and then there was another teacher that was also involved. It turned into this whole thing where later on, Ramtha brought the student back, like invited her back, the one who said she was R-worded, and she had her sit there with the other teachers that were like the teachers accused of doing that to her and the student's father in front of like hundreds and hundreds, I think 800 students, and questioned them all about it, like publicly in front of everyone. And then I guess determined that it did occur. Like they confessed that they did do this to the girl, and then the school called the cops. But then when it was time for Ramtha to testify, because she had like elicited this confession, she didn't want to do it. A lot of people were basically saying that this is bullshit. It's a scam. She's lying. She's not actually channeling. So then in 1997, she has this scholarly conference where she brings scientists from certain universities and stuff, and they like test her to see if she's actually faking or not.
It is a Saturday morning in Yelm, Washington, and two very different worlds are converging. One of spirituality.
But the moment I hit this wall, I wake up and I'm back in my body.
The other world of science.
And finally, after more than a year of preparation, we have gathered to share our findings.
Over the last year, Jay-Z Knight, in an effort to gain credibility for herself and the spirit she calls Ramtha, invited and paid for 12 scholars to come to Yelm to study Ramtha and the Ramtha School of Enlightenment.
I assure you that had I had any inclination or desire to have been able to have concocted such a story, I don't think I would have made him quite so old.
The researchers came from Colgate and Temple universities, from the Chicago Theological
Yeah,
Seminary,
she's like making fun of
physics,
how bad her
psychology,
cringe
and
thing
religion.
is.
What I feel we must do is to use these techniques to, if possible, scientifically eliminate the possibility of fraud.
Repeatedly testing Knight as she channeled Ramtha.
What do you think the word hypnotic means?
The scientists measured heart rate, blood pressure, brain waves, and muscle tension. Tests which showed physical changes occurring in Knight's body as she channeled the 35,000-year-old warrior.
We have been able to show what it is not. It is not a role playing. It is not mental disease.
It's not delusional, it's not pathological, it's not fraud, it's something puzzling.
When you look into the eyes when Jay-Z is channeling, it's very striking.
But it was so refreshing after all of these years to have someone look at me and said, I now know you're not a fraud.
Her claims about Ramtha, Hollywood connections, and a very public divorce were all the ingredients needed to attract a lot of attention and criticism. One of those early Hollywood connections was actress Linda Evans.
I mean, how do I know she's not acting? So I watched her to see how she would do it.
Analogical mind, patience, and hypnotic ability are the same thing.
I determined not only would she be a brilliant actress if she were acting, but who was writing her material?
I doubt it. Everyone's skeptical at a certain point in the school because you've got to stretch beyond what you're comfortable with and you make a decision.
Scientists charted the changes in her body as she channeled the spirit of an ancient warrior.
Thank you. Very kind.
After about 30 minutes, Jay-Z Knight's part of the evening is done.
I have to leave now and transform myself. So
She leaves, returns to the main house, and goes through a private prayer ritual, which she says allows her to channel or invoke Ramtha at will.
it takes me about 3 minutes to get out of my body. And at great velocity, I move through this tunnel. Ramtha's energy comes in as a ball of light that is shaped like a teardrop. That teardrop encases my physical body.
Half an hour has passed, and Jay-Z Knight, at least in body, has returned.
Oh, my beloved God, unto that which is turned you, I salute you from the Lord God of my being. God bless my life. So be it. To life. Going to learn, because we have chosen that which is termed this particular experience.
I hate the way she
Ramtha launches into a
talks.
polished monologue on patience, the meaning of reality, on physical health, and how we humans can maintain it.
You cannot hold a thought in its perfect form in the neocortex without analysis. There are all elements of that which is termed the brain. The neocortex, the midbrain, the lower cerebellum, all have the capacity for that which is termed patience. You turn to your neighbor and explain. You may begin. Yes, you understand. It's sort of like going to church on Sunday and praying for all the sins of Saturday night, only to be reprieved Monday morning and start it all over again. How many of you understand that? So be it.
One of the reporters who was part of this said that, like, it wasn't really a scholarly thing in the sense that they were limited in what they could ask and what they could say, and I'm sure there was money involved. Her whole thing was she wanted to legitimize what she was doing, like, scientifically. And then in 2004 there was this documentary-ish thing that came out, which was called What the Bleep Do We Know? And I remember that.
I remember that.
I think it was my mom who got it, but I remember, like, in our house there was a DVD of this What the Bleep Do We Know? Marley Matlin is in it, and they're talking about quantum physics and the brain can change things and you control your destiny. And it was kind of like The Secret, but not really. And, you know, a lot of scientists came out and said this is like pseudoscience. Then later it was revealed that there were students from Ramtha's school who made the documentary, and it was basically like an infomercial for her school. It got picked up by the same distribution people that did Super Size Me, if you remember that documentary about the guy who ate McDonald's for like a month and supersized everything. Do you remember? Had the fries in his mouth. I watched that too. Anyway, it made like $10 million, and they didn't think it was gonna like be that successful. This brought her school and her teachings back into the public eye. And remember when I told you like Salma Hayek and celebrity followings? Well, turns out Salma Hayek also has this property in Yelm, Washington, which is where the School of Enlightenment is. And
Salma Hayek got pulled into this.
A follower of Ramtha's. When Ramtha was on Larry King, I found like a really short, blurry, awful clip of it.
Our DNA hears everything we think we can cure our own cancer.
But I did find the actual full transcript in the Wayback Machine. And in it, she's asked by Larry King, like, about Salma Hayek, and she's like, yeah, like, she's my best friend. And then I found another article where they're saying that, like, there were students who
saw
a speech at the school that Salma Hayek gave, where she was basically like, yeah, Ramtha helped me get, like, a Coca-Cola ad and made me successful in this and that, and helped her promote, like, certain things. And this was in around like 2006-ish, I want to say. Then a year after that, in 2007, you had this group come out, and it was like an anti-School of Enlightenment. It's like School of Enlightenment Free. It was David McCarthy, who was an ex-member, and he was
Enlightenment
talking about
Free.
How they were brainwashed, and they used mind control tactics on them, and they like weren't eating and weren't sleeping and were doing all this labor and were being given all these crazy things to do and techniques. And that at one point he said, quote, "At one point I was running around scared I was going to get eaten by the lizard people." He said that he was brainwashed by the school's teachings into believing that the ancient figure Jehovah would return to Earth in a spaceship accompanied by a reptilian entourage, and the lizard people were going to feast on human prey who did not fall under Ramtha's protection. He said that Jay-Z, she used intimidation tactics for former members, and would like they already believed that maybe
it's a chainsaw.
If they were going to leave, or they were going to tell anyone.
Fucking sweet! I can break this fire axe.
Came with Jehovah in the spaceships, and that's why they had to keep building the bunkers, and they could only eat.
Sweet! I found a chainsaw on this
Meanwhile,
wolf.
she's sitting in her French chateau, probably eating steak, filet mignon. Okay, and they're over here like in a tunnel, eating beans and scared of reptiles. Reptilians, sorry, different. And then from there, you have this huge scandal that happened. Basically, what happened? It came out in 2012. But it happened in 2011, where there was this speech that she gave that was filmed. And in this speech, okay, she's 65 years old at this time, and she is drinking and having them drink like some weird drinking game where whenever she drinks, they have to drink, and smoking and the whole thing. And she goes off on this, what they call a racist rant.
And you gave it up to a Jew.
By the way, this went on for 16 hours, okay, this speech. Where
16 hours.
And she's like screaming. She goes about Jews. She says, F God's chosen people.
What?
I think they have earned enough cash to have paid their way.
I don't even want to give this any time on my channel. Fuck that crazy lady then. Jesus Christ.
There is a person there. His name is Ledwith, and he was from the Catholic Church, but he got kicked out for being a pedo. And he was defrocked and everything, like they found him guilty. And he has been a loyal follower of hers and maybe still is, but he's seen in the 16-hour video in 2011, and he sits on her throne and he's drinking with her. And then she says at one point, F Jehovah. She says that Jesus is a fellow alien and he came to this planet to teach the same things that she's teaching, but like she's the real teacher. Like Jesus is like, he's like a copycat hater dude. And that's when that guy, the pedo from the stage, he says Jesus was a psychotic, neurotic, and insecure, and we're supposed to believe that he's the creator God. And then after that, Jay-Z says God is
I think you're psychotic, neurotic, and insecure.
And then they all start laughing and dancing. Ex-members leaked that video. And when they did, this is when all hell broke loose, because another thing that Jay-Z would do is she would donate to political parties in the area. And so she had donated $70,000 to these politicians. And once it came out, this video and all the things she was saying, they came out and they were like, we don't agree with this. They like gave the money to, I think, some charity to do with, I think, was it, what was the charity they gave it to? It said a nonprofit benefiting Latinos, according to this article.
Now the Obama campaign is getting questions about the tens of thousands of dollars in donations it accepted from young spiritualist Jay-Z Knight.
When Jay-Z Knight donated to President Obama, she got this picture in return. She had her picture taken with the First Lady, too. Records show Jay-Z Knight has given at least $35,000 to the President and Democratic National Committee, another $60,000 to the Washington State Democratic Party.
The ex-members who leaked it were Virginia Coverdale and David McCarthy. David McCarthy, remember I told you, was the one who said he was at one point running around afraid that the lizard people were going to get him. Okay. Now, when Jay-Z heard that this leaked, she said that it was Virginia Coverdale's fault because she was jealous. She said, quote, she couldn't keep the man she was after for more than 3 weeks and hated me for it for the rest of her life. I never had a conversation with her. She's somebody who wants to be famous and is a very jealous and envious, controlling person that thought they could make some money off me because, according to Jay-Z, for this Virginia, she slept with Jay-Z's boyfriend and was jealous, and that's why she leaked it. And so she ends up suing, and there's like a $600,000 judgment that the judge rules in favor of Jay-Z.
Oh
Seeing how
my
litigious
God.
she is and how many things go in her favor, it discouraged people from speaking out. She's trying to like rebrand. She invites reporters to come and see her speeches that she gives, telling them about orbs and aliens and that cabbage screams when you cut it. She then says, you know, it's been 38 years. I'm tired of channeling. I just want to write books and sell them. I did find this thing that in 2019, she tried to hop on the QAnon, like conspiracy theory bandwagon. You know, the one where it's talking about Q and like the cabal and all that stuff. Yep. She was like selling Q merch. I was like, she did a Q collab. It created a divide between the Q people because some people that were prominent in the group went to her ranch and then other people got mad about it and were like, what are you doing? And it was like this whole drama. A lot of the people like Shirley MacLaine disassociated from her after like 30 years. A lot of celebrities, like when things came out towards the end, were like, no, we don't have anything to do with her. They like fully deny it or try to minimize it. The thing is, I would love to play clips of the audiobook, but her copyright is insane. She once sued this woman in Berlin who she said was leaving her in spiritual limbo because she claimed that she was also channeling Ramtha and she ended up suing her in Austria, and the Supreme Court there actually gave the copyright
What?
of Ramtha to Jay-Z Knight and awarded Jay-Z $800 in damages. Sorry, quote, psychic damages. There were several cases of this with the copyright, and she would always win. So she has the copyright, and so beware. She trademarked like channeling Ramtha and all her stuff, which whatever, fine. But like she would sue people, and in cases she won, anyone who would try to claim that they were channeling the same warrior. I don't even want to put clips from her YouTube channel because she's got a YouTube channel, Ramtha School of Enlightenment.
She like trademarked her hustle.
She's probably going to copyright the shit out of me, especially because I'm being so nice about everything I'm saying. Even her former bodyguard came out and said like she's a scammer and that she tried to trademark so much shit that wasn't even her shit. Like she's obsessed with trademarking and branding and keeping an eye on who's saying her sayings and doing her things and trying to sue them. Like, he's like, she's insane. I hope you find any of this interesting. I know I did researching it. It's just an insane story. I just can't believe I didn't know about it because it seemed like at the time it was so popular. But anyway, let me know what you guys think if you have any Ramtha stories of that time
I've
period.
never heard of this.
In any case, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
That was a good hit. Ooh.
Fake apologies, bad PR strategies, and carefully
Thank you,
manufactured
Nor Jasmine,
redemption
for the
arcs.
excellent content
What
from my
if I
stream.
told
I'd like
you
to
the
sub to your
best way
channel.
for a public figure to defeat controversy is to ignore it? When celebrities are facing backlash, how they respond can make or break their entire reputation. Some choose to immediately give their side of the story to hopefully quiet the outrage. Some choose to issue a sterile and professional apology that was obviously written by a PR firm. Some even choose to make apology songs. But the most surprisingly effective strategy is to say absolutely nothing and see how the public responds. Some disappear from the public, some literally keep moving on like nothing happened, and others slowly yet strategically address controversies to give themselves the most favorable outcome. Today we're going to discuss all the different ways to address controversies, starting with Mr. Beast, who put on an absolute masterclass of how to save a reputation and skate past one of the biggest controversies of his career. Mr. Beast is the undisputed king of YouTube. With close to 400 million subscribers, he has transformed from just another internet personality into the face of a massive business empire. What started as simple challenge videos has become a full-blown production company, and according to Forbes, his personal net worth now sits at an estimated $500 million. His videos regularly pull in hundreds of millions of views, built on a simple but addictive formula: outrageous challenges, massive cash prizes, and a loyal cast of recurring friends. Mr. Beast also developed a massive philanthropic leg of his brand. He created an entire organization called Beast Philanthropy, where, unlike many other celebrities, he documents his progress so people can see the actual work he was donating to. He funded surgeries for 1,000 blind people so they could see again,
Hells yeah!
millions of trees, and even traveled to Africa to help rescue child slaves. Each video receives hundreds of millions of views.
Hells yeah, I would love to do something like that.
While still making a real impact on the world. However, his perfect public perception began to change in June of 2024. That was when his longtime collaborator and close friend, Ava Chris Tyson, was accused of child grooming. Leaked messages surfaced between Ava and her 13-year-old Discord moderator, Lava GS. In these disturbing exchanges, Ava referred to the underage moderator as Daddy, made numerous inappropriate jokes, and even promoted the work of NSFW artist Shadman, known for creating graphic art that includes depictions of CP. As internet detectives continued to investigate Ava's past, a growing pile of evidence packaged as a Reddit megathread revealed a long history of Ava's troubling behavior towards minors. Mr. Beast handled the crisis the way most corporations do. Like a true pro, he initially stayed silent to see if the controversy would blow over. However, after a massive eruption of public backlash, countless channels covering serious allegations allegations related to the most famous YouTuber in history, he realized he needed to take action and responded to this controversy with a sterile corporate PR statement. Over the last few days, I've become aware of serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I have been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions based on their findings. After this statement, he strategically avoided Twitter, which is the main platform where most controversies will gain traction and be discussed amongst millions of people. He regularly posted on Instagram and uploaded videos to YouTube, where his audience that loves him will drown out all of the negative comments. He also could control and censor negative comments on YouTube and Instagram, not saying he did, but he could have. He continued to promote his Feastables candy bar brand and even launched Lunchly in September of 2024.
How is it
Lunchly
his
could not
fault
have
what
been
his
launched
friends
at a
do?
worse time, or maybe it was actually the best time. He received backlash for making a knockoff Lunchables that was extremely lacking in nutritional value and could be added to the long list of borderline poisonous food that fills American supermarkets. Then again, this backlash took some of the attention away from the allegations that his day one best friend was allegedly an offender. He smiled through the chaos, and while the internet demanded answers, all they got was silence. I've been looking to find the best deal on Thunder tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's video, SeatGeek, a shout out. With over 28 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 events listed on SeatGeek, including concerts, sports, festivals, and more. Right now, you can get tickets to Beyonce, Post Malone, The Weeknd, and many more. I love using SeatGeek. I recently went to a basketball game and they made it so easy to find good seats. Each ticket is rated on a scale of 1 to 10, so you know you're getting a good deal. So look for the green dots. Green means good, red means bad. Every ticket is backed by their buyer guarantee. And you know I came through for you guys. You can use code PATRICK10 for 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off tickets with promo code PATRICK10. Make sure you click the link in the description to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, SeatGeek. Amidst his silence, a viral expose posted by Dogpack, a self-proclaimed former employee of Mr. Beast's company, was released. The videos pulled back the curtain on alleged misconduct within the entire Mr. Beast corporation. It was revealed that there was an actual legitimate registered offender working for Mr. Beast. They referred to him as Delaware. Mr. Beast's former employee, Jake the Viking, issued a statement on X saying that Delaware was his brother-in-law, is a registered offender, and alleging that Mr. Beast knew about the charges. Additionally, Dogpack claimed that the lotteries and challenges Mr. Beast hosts are also manipulated to encourage people to subscribe to his channels or purchase his products, hoping to win money or be featured in a video. He went even further, alleging that these lotteries were not only unethical, but also potentially illegal, raising serious concerns about compliance with gambling and sweepstakes laws. He went on to criticize the hypocrisy of Mr. Beast's philanthropic brand, highlighting that while Mr. Beast advocates for improving people's health, his products are simultaneously contributing to obesity and poor health. He pointed out that Mr. Beast runs multiple burger restaurants and sells chocolate bars to an impressionable, mostly young audience. Dogpack also noted how Mr. Beast allegedly tried to turn chocolate purchases into a lottery system to drive sales. His video got 15 million views and countless controversies were overwhelming the Mr. Beast empire. Jimmy remained quiet for 3 straight months, ignoring all outside noise and focusing entirely on promoting his brands and uploading content. When he posted a promotional image on Twitter for his video, 7 Days Exploring an Underground City, featuring other influencers like Kai Cenat and Logan Paul, the replies quickly turned hostile. Buddy is doing everything except for responding to the allegations. Jimmy, any updates on the Chris Tyson investigation? Why are you covering up for PDF files? After months of silence, Mr. Beast returned on November 1st, 2024 and addressed the controversy by sharing the results of the third-party investigation. Jimmy claimed that the legal firm conducting the investigation, Quinn Emanuel, had advised him to say nothing during the process. According to the investigation documents, the firm said, "We also requested that the current employees refrain from public comments to ensure the investigation yielded accurate information and that witnesses were not tainted." And of course, this company that Mr. Beast hired to investigate him found him not guilty. But this was a calculated strategy to keep controversy from spiraling and to prevent wild narratives from dominating the headlines. Mr. Beast was told to say nothing until the facts were in. Mr. Beast then sat down with YouTuber Oompaville for a 2-hour podcast to address all of these
my
controversies.
God,
Another perfect
Oompaville.
strategic move. He decided to get interviewed by someone who does not normally interview people, someone who merely reacts to drama and is often lighthearted, unserious, yet trustworthy and loved by his fan base. Also, podcasts give the impression that
I don't trust him, and I took him off my channel.
conversations are not censored, edited, or scripted. The first question Oompaville asked was about Jimmy's silence, and this was his response.
You actually kind of laid out the timeline there. The Ava stuff came out, and I put out that tweet. We hired the investigators to go look into it. Part of that investigation is they recommended that I not talk about drama or really do anything online because it might influence witnesses or any people they might interview or ex-employees. So it's a little unfortunate because I told them, okay, I'll wait till the investigation is over. I believe that was literally like a week before the dog pack video came out. Just in transparency, I've never done one of these like big investigations before. And in my head, it was going to last like 2 or 3 weeks. It ended up taking a couple months.
Also, notice Jimmy's body language. Casually leaned back, feet kicked up, wearing a big cozy hoodie next to the fireplace. Everything about this gives the impression he is comfortable and not nervous. He actually sat in that same position for 2 hours, and he and Oompaville deep dove into every single controversy that was made against him. Jimmy's answers were often very unpolished, casual, and seemingly truthful.
Do you believe that you ran an illegal lottery? Was
Yeah.
there any compliance, any steps taken to prevent this?
I don't think we did. I have people looking into it and like trying to pull the footage and figure it out. You know, he disproved the two, which I mean, those were crazy. I don't want to just like speculate. I have a team looking into it. I don't think we did though. But regardless, just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link that you can just put in the description where they can get a refund. Maybe just throw it on.
Yeah,
the
you'll
screen.
just pay people to go to be happy with you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Anyways, I have no issue with Mr. Beast. I've never met him. I got no issue with him. Whatever. I take people on a case-by-case basis. He's fine until I know otherwise. So, I am going to go walk for 2 hours now and water the garden. So I will be back here at probably like 5:15, somewhere around there, and then I'll be here for the rest of the evening to do some 7 Days to Die. I'm going to log off of this now, but first I'm going to make sure I've got all my vehicles and everything. I did quite a bit of work here, and I will log exit, and yep, and I will quit. You should be autopilots, but are not. And I'm going to pause this video here. I've been at it for 9 hours, and when I get back, I'll go for another 4. I'm going to pause, and I love you guys. Thank you so much. And so I will be back here. Just a reminder to any people that I'm losing. I'll be back here in a couple of hours. I just got to go take care of my real-life stuff and exercise. And my website is skycat.live. Come to click on the cast face on the donate, or come to the Twitch or YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. Thank you to number 2 and everybody else who's been subbing and following to me lately. I appreciate that. Number 2, Rain Shanny, Fatal Claw, all these people. Thank you so much, and I love you guys. I will see you later. I'll be back in about 2.5 hours. Bye. Here. Hi. I love you. It is 4:17, about to be 3 minutes till 4:20. It's good timing. I got back a bit earlier than I thought I would because the weather is not as nice as I wanted it to be. It got kind of overcast and cool and kind of shitty, but I did still walk for an hour and, I don't know, 30 minutes or something. I watered the garden. I'm back here at 4:20 to do some more. So, yeah.
When everything is on fire.
Everything is on fire. So, now, I am going to, turn in and head back the other direction. Whew. Took a shower, felt good. Okay, so
For as much as I criticize the AAA gaming industry, the indie gaming scene has its fair share of problems. Some indie developers are even more anti-consumer than what AAA could ever dream of getting away with. It's funny because it doesn't always happen, but when it does, the worst of it tends to be through Kickstarter. Let me explain Kickstarter first. As a general rule, if you want to make a video game, you gotta spend money. To spend money, you gotta have money. And if you don't have money, then you gotta find people who do. The platform of choice for finding those people is Kickstarter. It's a crowdfunding site that's been running since 2009 and generally understood to function on a caveat emptor policy, meaning buyer beware. Buy at your own risk. The consumer is not buying a product, they are buying a promise of a product. This has been argued about a lot, especially in the earlier years. But ultimately, Kickstarter is not responsible for refunds or making sure promises are delivered on. The only real consumer safety offered is what they refer to as an all-or-nothing funding system. The way it works is a creator sets a money goal, and people can pledge a certain amount of money, but no one will be charged until that goal is reached. So say I want to raise $50,000 in 30 days, but we miss the mark by a penny, and only raise a meager $49,999.99. Then everyone's getting their money back. That is the only safety net currently. Now in 2024, Studio Camellia set a campaign goal for 100,000 euros. They raised almost triple that. And then, in June 17, 2025, the studio shut down. Now that's not unheard of. Games fail all the time. That doesn't necessarily make them scams. Sometimes failure is just failure. But come to find out, Studio Camellia was being dishonest with their campaign. In their final news update before packing up and leaving Carney style, Studio Camellia revealed that the money from the Kickstarter actually was used to make a demo to attract the attention of potential partners. This was never advertised anywhere on their campaign. They made it seem like 100,000 euros would go to finishing the game, and every euro beyond that would go to enhancing the game through what are known as stretch goals. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with crowdfunding a demo. And there's nothing wrong with finding a partner or publisher after a successful Kickstarter campaign. I know some people are purists and think it has to be either publicly funded or published. It can be both. Many games do it, but they're generally transparent about it. What is wrong is not informing your backers about it and setting up this facade of a development strategy. And I do personally believe it was a facade from the get-go. Either they were lying to you or they were lying to themselves, because 100,000 euros is not enough money to staff 14 people for 2 years to finish and distribute a JRPG on PC and console alongside a physical release. That's barely enough for 2 developers for 2 years. And while 300,000 euros makes a bigger dent, it's not nearly enough to see the project through to the end. The biggest cost when making a video game is labor. That's why executives are trying to replace them all with AI. This studio is from Montpellier, France, where, if Google is correct, the average developer salary is about 34,800 euros per year. If I had to guess, I would say this is actually being generous. Assuming everyone's full-time salary, then you're looking at about 487,200 euros for 1 year of development, 974,000 euros for the whole 2 years. And to be fair to them, it could be lower, because maybe everyone's not full-time, and they did say they work remotely from various locations worldwide. But this is still before adding in any other costs like fees, taxes, distribution, marketing, and the real cost of implementing all the extra features they said they had enough money for. This just doesn't sound like the kind of mistake that would come from a self-described, seasoned team at the helm who've meticulously planned every aspect of the game's development to adhere to strict budgets and timelines, all while prioritizing the best player experience possible. Maybe they were expecting to get more, like a lot more. There is a strategy some Kickstarter campaigns use, where they start with a money goal that's lower than what they need so they can hit that goal early, paste it all over socials, and then use marketing momentum to raise 2, 3, or even up to 10 times the goal amount. It's not unheard of. Off the top of my head, Sabotage ran a Kickstarter campaign back in 2020 with a goal of 133,000 Canadian dollars to complete Sea of Stars, and they ended up raising 1,600,000 Canadian dollars. Maybe Studio Camellia thought they could do the same.
Sea of Stars. I've never heard of that. Oh, they just wanted to make a Chrono Trigger.
Things like poison or chaos. They also get access to skills and combo abilities that can do extra things or multiple hits that allow you to break these locks more easily. And many of those skills can also be used in tandem with other characters you have access to, provided you have combo points as you participate in.
Ugh.
But maybe they forgot that Sabotage already had a reputation for making The Messenger. That game was well received, and money from it was used to make Sea of Stars. Sabotage was also fairly transparent that they were going to need and seek out more money than what they made from Kickstarter. If Studio Camellia had been honest, would they have raised over 400,000 euros for a year of development or over 1 million for the whole thing? Probably not, but at least people wouldn't have lost their money. Even if they did raise all the money, would they have finished the game? Probably not, but that's nothing out of the ordinary. A lot of Kickstarter campaigns don't get funded. A fair amount that are funded do fail, but they fail trying. What Studio Camellia did was lie. They either lied about being professionals or they lied about their real intentions, and they took away the one and only safety net Kickstarter offers to people. And they're not the only ones lowballing their donation goals and giving back nothing. On June 28, 2024, Haraka Studios ran a Kickstarter for an action RPG called Peasant. The minimum goal was to raise 30,000 euros to fund the next 6 months of development to get the game to early access. Not with a team of 23 people, you know. They ended up raising 192,000 euros, and that's still not enough. It wasn't until March 25, 2025, where Haraka Studios made a public Discord announcement that they miscalculated the budget for the game. Apparently, they hired a consultant immediately after the Kickstarter was over, and they told them that they were going to need 3 million euros to fund the entire game. So the math was off by just a little bit, and they knew it was off for at least 8 months before they said anything to their community. I'm not even sure if they're still working on the game currently. From what I can tell, Haraka has pivoted to being a publisher, and they are using the quote-unquote success of their Kickstarter to draw in other indie developers and sell them on a service or publishing deal. Haraka was working with a game called Remnants of Yore as early as March 17, which was 8 days before their major announcement about not having enough money to fund their own game. And the only reason I caught on to any of this was because, coincidentally, I am also helping a small first-time developer publish a game. And Haraka tried to strike a deal with them on April 4th, 2025, 10 days after their big reveal that they didn't have enough money to fund the game. In the case of Camellia and Haraka, this is all highly unethical and almost ironic how in these instances, indie investors are treated much worse than AAA investors with fewer safeguards.
I love this
With the
guy.
way
He's
Kickstarter
actually
works,
so
nothing
good.
strictly illegal is happening as far as I can tell, and nothing can be done except alert the general public on best practices when shopping around on Kickstarter. Because I do think the platform offers more good than bad, I just don't think people understand how much it costs to make games. Hell, in my opinion, if a game needs this many people and this much funding, it's not even indie anymore. That's a AA production. I encourage you to specifically look at the number of staff relative to the minimum goal and do a little research on the average cost of living for a developer's region. That's usually the most blatant red flag in a lot of campaigns. And I made this video specifically because I saw a few developers who successfully use Kickstarter to fund their own games who are worried that these instances may cause people to lose faith in the platform. Games like Lucid wouldn't get a chance to exist without Kickstarter. If you're a developer and you're concerned, I would encourage you to be uber transparent and take a note from Crowsworn to show at least a general estimate of where your funds are going. I'd also encourage you to be honest about your minimum donation goal. If you need $50,000, set it to $50,000. You're not doing yourself any favors by starting at $25,000 and then hoping you'll get to $50,000 through stretch goals. People can be more understanding than you give them credit for. Just try not to exploit that. I can compromise and say that there's no bad guy in any of these instances, just bad circumstances aggravated by bad business. And things are fairly grim behind the scenes. I've spoken with enough publishers to know that what both of these studios were saying about publishers playing it safe is true. But these two game studios specifically were dishonest, and their games were not going to get made for their asking price with this much staff in this or any other economy.
Thunderstorm. I thought I heard something yelling. No, what happened here? My gun's gone. Oop. Oops.
Get to the gamers. Milo gained significant.
Bars of soap and liquid soap are equally valid, contingent on preference and pre-existing skin conditions. I think the war between bar users and liquid users has gone on far enough. Surely you've seen the debates, darling. Furious, angry debates over the objectively correct format for soap. Those who think all soap should be barred, and those who think barred soap should be barred. Only the other type of barred. An endless war between solid and liquid. It's gotten so bad that there's been talk of dispensing violence, water torture, bath bomb threats, sun missiles, promises of delivering gel on Earth. The storm is lathering, with both sides foaming at the mouth to scrub each other out. I'm just glad you stopped me when you did. I was running on fumes.
I made this.
I made this. Oh, it's a video about friendly fire. Yeah.
That's a ding-a-ling. It's from the 70s. It's called a ding-a-ling. It was a simpler time back then.
The Ding-a-lings, here they come. The whole fantastic bunch of them. Ding-a-ling fireman coming to the rescue. He's got his own built-in pumper to save the day.
When you've got it in your hands, should you be rubbing or pumping?
It's Ding-a-ling fireman coming.
Anyway, before we get cracking on today's video, I just want to
hell is that?
make a couple of announcements.
It's a glowing spider.
First of all, Date Everything came out. That game, What I Worked On, that's available now on most of the systems. It got reviewed really well. It's selling really well. Really exciting. I wrote the character of Barry Styles. I also wrote like 90% of the text you get when you examine items. That includes 20 unique cardboard boxes, well, over 20, I think. Basically, wherever there's multiples of an object, I was told by the team that I wasn't expected to write unique flavor text for all of it, but I did. Obviously I did, I took that as a challenge. So there's loads of cool flavour text. Yeah, really cool. At the time this goes live,
Hells yeah.
tomorrow, so that'll be June 24th,
Go Stephanie.
Quantum Witch comes out. That's another game I worked on. I
Nice.
wrote, one of the major story arcs for that. It's a very cool plot former, very queer, very indie, very good. Lovely little game. Do check that out as well if you're so inclined. They're both on Steam. There is a demo as well for Quantum Witch if you wanted to try that. The other bit of news is I have been attached to co-author the official Vampire Survivors lawbook, Vampire Survivors: The Grimoire, alongside Paul Davies. I can't really talk about what I've done, but I've been given a lot of responsibility, and I've used it recklessly and a little bit sassily.
Well, such me up with soap and foam. I'm so excited.
I do think that we're coming to a time where I'm going to have to take a little bit of a sabbatical after 10 plus years. Basically, this new career that I'm on it's just exploded. I've just got so much. This is just the stuff I've announced. I've got loads of other stuff in the works, and I think I've got to take the gas off the valve. Is that a saying? Pot off the boil a little bit in some areas. And I've never taken a vacation from this show.
No,
I
no.
will still do reviews.
I doubt I will either.
I'll still work to earn my keep. But yeah, it's just really good. Anyway, let's piss everyone off.
I mean, I'd say vacations, but they're like one day. One day.
About a game mechanic that isn't a big enough deal to support a full video, but I managed to find a way of extrapolating it into one anyway, while getting a bunch of digs in at a game that's recently pissed me off and making sweeping generalised statements about everybody else's tastes that offend a bunch of people, because it turns out there's always going to be someone who says they like a game mechanic, no matter how rubbish it is, and holy shit, is this sentence still going? So yeah. What's the deal with weapon durability, am I right? What the hell? Whoa! It was a joke! Put it away! Now we're not welcoming that circus back to town. Not this week anyway. We're going to be talking about... Actually, one sec before we get to that. I'm actually wondering now if I can find an example of game design people won't go to bat for. How about that thing where the player character gets a radio call and walks really slowly while the conversation happens? You're just agonisingly crawling to the next bit of gameplay while Marcus Phoenix is running his fucking mouth.
Why me?
Oh, or what about that thing where there's a cutscene, then you get control given back to you and you move forward for like a second and it triggers another cutscene? Why do they do that? Is there seriously any case for it being a good thing? While you ponder that, because someone around here's got to stay focused, Friendly Fire is a fucking horrible game mechanic and I hate it. Ah yes, Friendly Fire. It's that thing that actually happens in actual wars, replicated as a standard part of multiplayer games for the alleged delight of gamers. My neurowacky need to exhaustively explain things that don't need explaining compels me to tell you what Friendly Fire is, so pretend you don't know what it is for a second. Friendly Fire is a rancid bit of game design in which players on the same team can damage each other with their attacks. Getting caught in the path of your teammates' gunfire is the most common manifestation, though there are other ways too. At best it's annoying, at worst it can be downright ruinous. Few people like that rhetorical thing I do where I speak for literally everybody by confidently claiming a highly specific situation has never happened, so I'm going to do that again right now. Very literally nobody has ever been playing a game and thought it would be better if they added Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire has never been requested by an audience. Ever. You watching this, you have never named Friendly Fire as an explicit reason for enjoying a game. Okay, before you get too mad at me, let me add that I have learned my lesson somewhat and I'm not seriously making that kind of generalization. Not anymore. And when it comes to this mechanic especially, I will allow that in very particular cases there can be games where accidentally shooting your friends to death might lead to fun. I can certainly see how Friendly Fire in a very chaotic game where having a ridiculous time is explicitly part of the entertainment could be hilarious. However, I don't think that's the case for at least 90% of games in which Friendly Fire is a thing. Oh, and I also understand some instances of player sourced ally damage, specifically when it comes to explosives. I will accept that lobbing grenades willy-nilly is entirely on the user, and anything that goes bang in general is going to have splash damage that's supposed to be an inherent balancing factor. I'm not going to have a go at explosives. Well, Not until we get to FBC Firebreak, where we'll get to see what happens when boomy things and everything are not and is not balanced correctly. A few games spring to mind immediately when I think of Friendly Fire. Left 4 Dead is one such example, as I played the ape-caressing hell out of it back in the day. There's so much I love about that game: the frantic pace, the clever dynamism, the delightful characters. Of all the things I fondly remember about Left 4 Dead, though, hurting my teammates has never been and never will be one of them. Friendly Fire in horde shooters just strikes me as problematic in general. In doing a bit of research, I was reminded of World War Z. Now, that's a shooter I adored, but it was absolutely lousy with player-on-player damage. It's just a cheap way to go down in a game where enemies often completely surround you and you have to shoot around yourself accordingly. These games are designed to encourage teams to stick together, yet the closer you are during a heavy wave of enemies, the more dangerous you become to each other. I've seen people say this enhances the realism, and no, we're not entertaining the realism argument today because it's bloody silly. I have reality for realism, and I don't like it. Personally, I just don't see what it adds as someone who doesn't think realism is some inherently positive trait, because it very obviously isn't. Like my many other bugbears, I just want developers to ask the question, how does this make our game more fun? I don't know if a lot of devs do that. I think they can often just lift a standard set of mechanics without thinking about them, doing what games have always done for no other reason than games have always done them. I feel like there's a lot of annoying or outdated mechanics that would disappear if they stopped to ask why they're putting them in. Versus shooter Rainbow Six Siege is noted as one of the worst offenders of all time. I've not played it since it was a lot newer, and I'm still not touching a game made by Abusisoft anymore, so I can't refresh my memory, but it is somewhat legendary for it, to where it's a very real problem, especially because trolls used it to plague their supposed teammates with unexpected damage. It's so bad they had to include a reverse friendly fire system to try and force players to be cautious, a mechanic that essentially casts Reflect but for bullets on the target of sustained ally fire, so the one doing the shooting takes the hits. It's actually not a bad idea, as trolls are one of the big issues with friendly fire. There's always going to be someone who doesn't mind going down with the ship so long as they get to drown someone. Giving them easy means to incapacitate their own team is just giving the devil a playground. And while reflecting the damage is one way to combat it, a better way would be to just not have the system at all. Have you ever played a beat-em-up where you can either damage or at least flinch another player in co-op? I used to play a lot of old-school Streets of Rage in 2-player, and it's a miserable time unless you keep well the hell away from each other.
I love Streets of Rage.
Carried over into the genuinely excellent Streets of Rage 4, and I didn't like it there either, especially on Mania difficulty. Annoyingly, while you can turn it off in 4, doing so disables a damage bonus directly tied to the mechanic. Literally one person was playing Streets of Rage 4 online when I tried to get a game going earlier, and Friendly Fire wasn't on, but just look at this shit and think about what it would be like if we could hurt each other. Now, while I didn't have footage of direct damage, I at least got an approximation with this stage, which has a big pendulum that players can hit to make it swing and deal damage to anything it touches, friend and foe alike. Just that fraction of an ability to get in each other's way causes exasperating amounts of trouble. Depending on the beat-em-up, ally damage can make the thing feel borderline unplayable. Accidentally throwing your friend around because the game decided you were nearer to them than the enemies is just bloody miserable. In any game that allows friendly fire to be turned off, you can damn well guarantee that shit is going off. Personally, I find most implementations of friendly fire to be counterproductive to the experience the game is trying to provide. When I'm playing a heavy combat-focused co-op game, I want to feel like I can, trust the combat system. I find it detrimental to the very idea of gunplay when I have to be all timid about opening fire, gingerly shooting around my teammates, or constantly watching my back, because obviously we're going to get in each other's way a bunch. It's a video game. We have limited spatial awareness because we're not physically inhabiting the digital space in which combat's taking place. We can't feel the presence of our teammates. Best we can do is keep an eye on them at all times, since visual confirmation and limited audio cues are all we have, and in the heat of battle, I want to focus more on what I'm battling. Friendly fire often just feels like a cheap exploitation of that limited awareness, taking advantage of the fact that not all our physical senses translate over to the game in a bid to make things more quote-unquote challenging. It's essentially punishing the player for lacking the digital equivalent of omniscience. I hate saying the word digital out loud. Friendly fire especially sucks for someone as terminally anxious and self-conscious as I am. I feel embarrassed every time I accidentally shoot a teammate and can't help but assume the other player thinks I'm a dick. Even if they're the ones who wandered in my path, I'm gonna feel anxious about looking like a knobhead, and I don't find it enjoyable to feel that way. You wanna talk about realism in games? I feel that way in real life all the bloody time. I don't want to feel debilitating social anxiety when I've got an assault rifle in my hands. And that's just when I take off a bit of HP, never mind being the unlucky bitch to actually down or kill a player with errant bullets. I genuinely find such a scenario mortifying. The game that sparked my annoyance in particular is FBC Firebreak, that decidedly tepid control spin-off that I still can't believe Remedy developed instead of farming off. Because goddamn does it look, sound and play like something a studio would only make because another company paid them to make it. I'm not here to have a go at the game, I already did that on the site, but I do need to talk about how it's got some of the worst ally damage I've ever seen in my life. A co-op FPS seemingly designed with friendly fire as a core component of the challenge, Firebreak at times comes off like a practical joke, as if Remedy is actively trolling its players. First of all, it's just plain harsh, dealing not negligible amounts of damage in a game where enemies swarm around, and combat isn't all that tight to begin with, and heavy enemies zone in on one specific player and flail about wildly, so it's hard not to hit the targeted person you're trying to bloody save. It's worse than that though. Every element of the frigging thing seems built to lure players into harming each other. Grenades are fucking weird, going off exactly where the reticle points without the arc of normal game grenades, as if to trick you into throwing them too close. But even if you account for that, the things have truly unhinged explosion radiuses far beyond what appears reasonable, certainly to the point of feeling very off to someone like me who has played most FPSs. Each of the 3 unique classes, for want of a better word, unlocks cooldown abilities and a sort of ultimate. We'll just call it an ultimate, and they are where we truly enter gag territory. The swivel cannon turret, which is already one of the crummiest turrets in all of games, is far more dangerous to the players than the enemies, firing in unpredictable directions with a big AoE explosion that can take most of your health bar away when it hits you. And that's a when, not if. You got this water gun, and its cooldown ability replaces the useful water with splash damaging globs of fucking lava that's borderline useless as soon as enemies get in your face because you'll just get caught in the blast. Speaking of the water gun, it offers the closest thing to a support role, the water not only putting out fires but spraying flames and other deleterious effects off of allies, unless you equip the perk that makes player tools more effective at combat.
What the fuck? That is way too many mutated. Where is she? 20 rounds. $14K XP, nice. Where are you? And turn on a video, I guess. I've just been sorting. Sorry. Let's look at an FBC Firebreak review, because I've not seen this game. From 8 hours ago, huh? Yeah, we'll do a Gamer Ranks. Why not? Oh, it's Remedy. I like Remedy.
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show where we give you some straight-up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Today we're talking about this. This is FBC Firebreak. This is a new game from Remedy, the people behind Max Payne, Quantum Break, Alan Wake, Control. And this is actually a multiplayer game set in the world of Control, in the famous oldest house location from that game. This is admittedly Remedy doing something pretty different. You know, they usually do single-player adventures.
They did
And full
Redfall.
disclosure, I'm a big fan of those games. But I was curious to see how they'd take on something multiplayer like this, something I'm usually a bit more skeptical of. FBC Firebreak is a PvE co-op first-person shooter that has some of the frantic goofiness of like a Helldivers 2, the grind and workplace vibes of something like Deep Rock or Power Wash Simulator, and then just swarms of enemies and replayable sequences like Left 4 Dead. Some really great ideas here, but in a game that feels like it falls a bit short of greatness, at least right now. I still think it's better than some user reviews are making it out to be. You just got to spend some more time with it.
Yeah, it looks
I think it has some
okay.
pretty humble ambitions. You know, it's not this massive, endlessly playable thing trying to get all your cash and trying to be the next Fortnite or Destiny. It's something that's better in smaller spurts, playing with somebody you know. But depending on your preference, it might just be a bit too simple for its own good. But let's get into it. Now, just know this footage is all captured running on PC. I mean, you might already know that, seeing that it's ultra-wide gameplay, but I just say that for every video for like the last 10 years anyway. So, anyway, you're in the oldest house here, and you're part of the Federal Bureau of Control's kind of cleanup maintenance crew. The facility has fallen into chaos, and it's up to you to navigate these recognizable maps and use your tools with 2 other players to fight your way through and turn the lights back on, reactivate boilers and generators, fix stuff,
Doesn't look very fun.
anomalies, and survive. First-person shooting here is pretty competent, with weapons having some decent enough control and impact. You know, there's like a big rotary machine gun, a sawn-off shotgun, a kind of MP40, a revolver, and a few of the early weapons. But you choose one of 3 different kinds of kit specializations, and these affect how you both fix those things I mentioned and help your teammates while you play. An electroshock type weapon to help quickly power up devices or stun enemies. Then there's a fixer guy with a wrench that doubles as a melee weapon with a really good ultimate, by the way. He can fix or repair devices a lot faster. And a water cannon gun type thing that can put out fires or douse enemies and objects, setting them up for a big stun from your electroshock friend. All of these have their own little unique little synergies and ways to fend off enemies or work together, and it's kind of fun messing around with them and messing around with the elements. There's little things in the game to trigger certain fires or electrocution, and when you line up a lot of enemies or you use all your tools properly, it can be pretty satisfying, and you can feel really smart. And the game just promotes chaos and confusion with friendly fire on, characters accidentally setting each other on fire, and mini games that are kind of reminiscent of the Helldivers 2 like D-pad code entry to make things just feel frantic and a bit silly. You are just kind of like these expendable, goofy guys, and that's what the game goes for. Each character does have their own ultimate attack and unique tools utilized by their class only, so you can drop a turret or a boombox that attracts hordes of enemies, or like a big thing that you can plant that will automatically wet enemies in a certain vicinity, setting them up. The handful of levels here are all mostly completely different, with different objectives, different problems, and different things to complete. In a kind of Left 4 Dead style game progression, you play through the first section of a level and complete it, and win, and then you unlock the next tier upon replaying, up to the 3rd and final tier unlocked, which culminates in just a big chaotic scene with a different objective or a boss battle, which does mean that there is some repetition. And with some of the tasks being like destroy a million sticky note objects in the environment, it feels like it can grow old. Where it can be shaken up, though, is ramping up the difficulty and adding corrupted items, which give you more bonuses, but really shake up the levels. A control-style corrupted item will now be floating around in a level if you choose, you know, like a haunted stapler or a spooky stoplight, and all of these objects bring about a new modifier to the level. Maybe enemies have shields now until you kill this thing, or gravity is messed up, or time will act differently with enemies freezing every few seconds. They're pretty creative and cool to discover and figure out for yourself with a friend. And, you know, maybe to its detriment, I don't know. The game does not have a lot of tutorialization. It kind of just throws you into it, and there is a lot of stuff to figure out. Some stuff, it's great to discover on your own. Some stuff just feels like it's not spelled out at all, and the game would benefit with a little bit more explanation. It's kind of a mixed bag there. Still, with the looks of some of the enemies, the vibe, some of the visual effects, the anomalies, the game does have a lot of that weird creativity to it. But now, let's get to the problems. The game is a bit at odds with itself to me, in a couple of ways. You know, there is progression. You're upgrading your weapons, you're unlocking more abilities, and getting perks and equipping perks, but these take time to unlock. There is more to each level, like I mentioned, the different tiers that get cooler and cooler, but those take time to unlock. That's all well and good, you know, I don't mind a little grind, but I think the problem lies with the fact that with everything taking time, it's also a game with a few simple kind of repetitive objectives and a few simple kind of repetitive enemy types. So the way I look at it, I had fun playing for a few hours, but by the time I progressed to the better stuff, I felt like I had kind of seen quite a bit of everything and felt tired of some of the same objectives. Now, I mean, getting better weapons does make a difference. You can feel like it's easier to mow down enemies, and that's empowering. Getting better grenades, getting better perks, all of it feels substantial and worthwhile, but I just had kind of felt burned out on the modes pretty quickly because ultimately, even with difficulty and complications added in, it's a pretty simple affair moment-to-moment boots on the ground. And speaking of progression, another small complaint, your special ultimate attack is actually locked behind the third tier progression of unlocks, which is frustrating because they're cool attacks and they're useful, but by the time you get to them, you feel like you've seen quite a bit of the game already. So while it's a game built to be replayable like a Left 4 Dead, for some reason, I just couldn't get quite as hooked on it. Ultimately, I think that while the objectives are creative and cool on paper and have a bit of that Remedy feeling, the actual fun factor to them is gonna vary, and that, of course, is gonna reflect that desire to replay. Where it does work well is a game with friends. With randoms, it was hit or miss with me, mostly because there is no in-game voice chat or text chat functionality. Yeah, kind of disappointing for some people. And playing solo, I just really didn't enjoy. But playing with people I knew, that was pretty good because the game does have so much of a chaotic vibe that there are plenty of funny moments to be had. You know, to heal, you actually have to hide in the kind of like workplace accident showers. So you and your friends hitting the showers together is kind of just funny to say, like, hey, meet me in the showers. You know, sometimes you'll just get completely surrounded by hordes of hiss enemies, or you'll set your buddy on fire and desperately try and put him out. Or just, you know, kind of going through the motions, fixing fan generators while just talking shit with your friend. Like, it just works as one of those games. I mentioned Power Wash Simulator earlier because of the similar style. You know, myself and some people kind of use that game as a Discord chat room that had some busy work in it. And Firebreak can kind of hit that same sort of vibe, but like with some spooky weird violence. And it is nice to be back in control environments. And the game seems to keep lore in the background to keep this game a bit more accessible to new players. But the environments look sick, and there are a few little nuggets here and there for fans, but I wish there was more. It feels like it plays it a bit too safe. I get why they did it, but again, as a fan, I wanted even more stuff. I wanted more crazy stuff. I wanted more control stuff. Remedy fans are pretty hardcore. Players might dig. They might find more than me deeper in, but hey, at the very least, maybe some people will jump into this game that have no idea what control is and see all these weird environments and creatures and, you know, consider playing that game. Again, I get why they did it. Tech-wise, over the course of playing pretty constantly since servers have been up for everyone, I really only had a handful of issues. One match where clicking on objects just wouldn't register, and then separately, just quite a few matchmaking fails. Like I would join and they would instantly cancel out. Other than that, like especially in matches just with friends that I hosted, I had no issues tech-wise. Now, I do think on Steam, a $40 US asking price at launch here feels a bit steep. I've enjoyed the game more than some, I think. And I think it has some merits, but I do think it feels better as a short-lived experience, at least for now. I think it fares better if you just have a group of buddies you play PvE co-op games with, and if you like co-op PvE stuff, and if you get it on Xbox Game Pass or just PS Plus, you know, I think it's okay there. I don't think it's completely worth writing off. As much as I got tired of the objectives, up until that point, you know, for a good handful of hours, I did have fun playing with friends and just figuring out all the weird quirks of this game. So I am curious to see how this goes, where Remedy takes it, and as much as I do have my sticking points, like the game just, I don't think has enough legs. I commend them for making a pretty simple multiplayer game that isn't filled to the brim with live service crap. It might have some progression grind and some things to work out, but like I said at the start, it's a pretty humble offering. Like I said, better in short spurts, and ultimately, if you have one of those subscriptions, give it a try there. But hey, that's a before you buy. You know how this goes by now. I give you some pros, some cons, and some personal opinion, and now I want to hear yours down in the comments. Definitely let me know. I'm a little mixed on it, and the game does seem to be pretty divisive. I definitely had my issues, but like I said, I want to see where this goes. I'm curious to see if Remedy can kind of evolve this game a little bit, because I think the foundation is there. But let me know if you feel the same or differently, anything at all. Let's talk about Firebreak down in the comments. If you like this video and maybe it helped you out, helped inform you, clicking the like button's all you gotta do. It really helps us out. And if you're new, consider subscribing, maybe hitting that notification bell, because we put out videos every single day. But as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
Wow, you can't craft sewing kits? No. I don't think I want to play this game. Seems like a good Xbox game.
At all. Have you ever played a beat-em-up where you can either damage or at least flinch another player in co-op? I used to play a lot of old-school Streets of Rage in 2-player and fucking... It's a miserable time unless you keep well the hell away from each other. Allied damage was carried over into the genuinely excellent Streets of Rage 4, and I didn't like it there either, especially on Mania difficulty. Annoyingly, while you can turn it off in 4, doing so disables a damage bonus directly tied to the mechanic. Literally one person was playing Streets of Rage 4 online when I tried to get a game going earlier, and Friendly Fire wasn't on, but just look at this shit and think about what it would be like if we could hurt each other. Now, while I didn't have footage of direct damage, I at least got an approximation with this stage, which has a big pendulum that players can hit to make it swing and deal damage to anything it touches, friend and foe alike. Just that fraction of an ability to get in each other's way causes exasperating amounts of trouble. Depending on the beat-em-up, ally damage can make the thing feel borderline unplayable. Accidentally throwing your friend around because the game decided you were nearer to them than the enemies is just bloody miserable. In any game that allows friendly fire to be turned off, you can damn well guarantee that shit is going off. Personally, I find most implementations of friendly fire to be counterproductive to the experience the game is trying to provide. When I'm playing a heavy combat-focused co-op game, I want to feel like I can, you know, trust the combat system. I find it detrimental to the very idea of gunplay when I have to be all timid about opening fire, gingerly shooting around my teammates, or constantly watching my back, because obviously we're going to get in each other's way a bunch. It's a video game. We have limited spatial awareness because we're not physically inhabiting the digital space in which combat's taking place. We can't feel the presence of our teammates. Best we can do is keep an eye on them at all times, since visual confirmation and limited audio cues are all we have. And in the heat of battle, I want to focus more on what I'm battling. Friendly fire often just feels like a cheap exploitation of that limited awareness, taking advantage of the fact that not all our physical senses translate over to the game in a bid to make things more quote-unquote challenging. It's essentially punishing the player for lacking the digital equivalent of omniscience. I hate saying the word digital out loud. Friendly fire especially sucks for someone as terminally anxious and self-conscious as I am. I feel embarrassed every time I accidentally shoot a teammate and can't help but assume the other player thinks I'm a dick. Even if they're the ones who wandered in my path, I'm gonna feel anxious about looking like a knobhead, and I don't find it enjoyable to feel that way. You wanna talk about realism in games? I feel that way in real life all the bloody time. I don't wanna feel debilitating social anxiety when I've got an assault rifle in my hands. And that's just when I take off a bit of HP, never mind being the unlucky bitch to actually down or kill a player with their own bullets. I genuinely find such a scenario mortifying. The game that sparked my annoyance in particular is FBC Firebreak, that decidedly tepid Control spin-off that I still can't believe Remedy developed instead of farming off. Because goddamn does it look, sound and play like something a studio would only make because another company paid them to make it. I'm not here to have a go at the game, I already did that on the site, but I do need to talk about how it's got some of the worst ally damage I've ever seen in my life. A co-op FPS seemingly designed with friendly fire as a core component of the challenge. Firebreak at times comes off like a practical joke, as if Remedy is actively trolling its players. First of all, it's just plain harsh, dealing not negligible amounts of damage in a game where enemies swarm around, and combat isn't all that tight to begin with, and heavy enemies zone in on one specific player and flail about wildly, so it's hard not to hit the targeted person you're trying to bloody save. It's worse than that though. Every element of the frigging thing seems built to lure players into harming each other. Grenades are fucking weird, going off exactly where the reticle points without the arc of normal game grenades, as if to trick you into throwing them too close. But even if you account for that, the things have truly unhinged explosion radiuses far beyond what appears reasonable, certainly to the point of feeling very off to someone like me who has played most FPSs. Each of the 3 unique classes, for want of a better word, unlocks cooldown abilities and a sort of ultimate thing. We'll just call it an ultimate, and they are where we truly enter gag territory. The swivel cannon turret, which is already one of the crummiest turrets in all of games, is far more more dangerous to the players than the enemies, firing in unpredictable directions with a big AoE explosion that can take most of your health bar away when it hits you. And that's a when, not if. You got this water gun, and its cooldown ability replaces the useful water with splash damaging globs of fucking lava that's borderline useless as soon as enemies get in your face because you'll just get caught in the blast. Speaking of the water gun, it offers the closest thing to a support role, the water not only putting out fires but spraying flames and other deleterious effects off of allies, unless you equip the perk that makes player tools more effective at combat when your gun ammo inevitably runs out. This makes the water deal some damage, which in turn adds a friendly fire effect to it, which in turn disables its function as player support. Oh, and because it is water, if you try and put out a fire while you're stood too close, damn right you'll get that damage as splashback. Hell, you don't even have to shoot a goddamn thing to hurt your teammates. You don't even have to be active. Such is this game's love of friendly fire, literally in this case. If you're on fire and become incapacitated, you will remain on fire and you will spread it to the poor player who comes along to revive you, for fuck's sake. If Firebreak achieves anything, it's highlighting everything wrong with friendly fire as a concept and showcasing exactly how not to implement it if a developer absolutely has to for whatever cracked reason. I genuinely can't fathom what the hell they were thinking when they took it to such an extreme, but fuck. Also, I forgot how bloody good Streets of Rage 4 is. Holy hell. This is obviously
Streets of
not
Rage
a
4 is good.
direct comparison, but directly comparing Streets of Rage 4 to FBC Firebreak easily shows Streets of Rage 4 to be blatantly better than FBC Firebreak. It looks nicer, it's got better punching, we're not directly comparing, mind you. Blaze has way better boots than any of the boots in Firebreak, and it contributes a lot more narrative value to the Control and Alan Wake story. But seriously, I was replaying it for this video and it's still incredibly good. I hadn't tried the DLC before now, but they added a survival mode that feels all roguelite-y with power-ups and such, and it's kind of awesome. I got it for $3 and something via the PS's pluses, and yeah, well,
it was good
also,
good game.
The lady with the big muscles now. Yes. Oh my yes. Anyway, I'm not turning this into a Streets of Rage 4 fan video, but let's face it, I'll be well within my flapping rights. I'm far from the first to wade into the friendly fire debate, and I won't be the last to stand in the middle of the unfriendly crossfire. It is a debate too. Churlishness aside, I will admit there are people who do defend friendly fire and will tell you it's good. I do wonder how many of them actively miss the mechanic when they play games in which it's not featured, but hey, they like it, and they're welcome to it. It's been around for a long time, it will remain around for a long time. It's not the most ruinous thing. In many games, it's a minor annoyance at most, and I can look past it. Never have I ever felt a game is truly better for the idea, though. Never has it enhanced my fun, or even made a game challenging in a way that interested me. And then we have games like Firebreak, ones that take the concept to prank levels, demonstrating that for as little value friendly fire can bring to a game, holy fuck can it take a lot away.
Recommend Professor Texter's non-alcoholic and smoothing formula for the daily maintenance of oral acceptability. Bubblegum flavor, of course.
Maybe that's what they meant with I want you to play with my ding-a-ling. Maybe it was that. Oh well. Jesus crap. Well, you can say the same about me. Actually, no, you couldn't. These are real. What was I going to say? Remedy. It's a shame. It's not really... the gameplay aspect isn't really the strongest part of what they do. They're storytellers. And, you know, they don't make terrible games sometimes. I'm one of the few people that will go to bat for Quantum Break. Loved Alan Wake. I liked Control well enough. Alan Wake 2, I don't talk about that. Mostly because I got called terrible things the last time I gave my opinion of it.
Yeah, I'm scared of that too, so I didn't play it.
I hate it. And then Firebreak
just
focuses
I
on
bet.
the gameplay aspect, sort of Remedy's weakest element, and there's very little what you could call lore or story. I meant what I said when I said Streets of Rage 4 contributes a lot more to the Alan Wake / Control universe. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to playing a bit of Control. If Fire Break's done one thing, it's got me to think about playing Control again. So I've been playing a little bit of that. It's still got the best bonk in video games. Any criticisms I have of it, and I do have criticisms, the bonk when you hit someone with a fire hydrant, when you telekinesis it into their head, it is one of the most satisfying sound effects in all of video games. Unless ADHD kicks in, I will try and edit that in now. Otherwise, you can all thank God for me. Bye.
Bye.
Bonk.
You got Trump announcing a ceasefire, then ranting that Israel and Iran don't actually know.
Oops. Storm. Damn it, I was AFK.
What the hell they're doing, and a new U.S. intel leak is suggesting that Iran's nuclear sites weren't actually destroyed. You've also got Ariana Grande Trump impeachment drama. RK's new anti-vax CDC panel's now focused on the debunked autism conspiracy. Nearly every state could be forced to follow their lead, and so now states, insurers, and doctors are scrambling to build a replacement. And one of the most iconic players in Smash Bros. Just destroyed his own career because he got caught on camera drunkenly harassing women. You're getting all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Israel and Iran have fully agreed to a complete and total ceasefire, but also Israel and Iran are two countries that have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Those are two statements that you got from President Trump himself in less than 24 hours. And so let's talk about what the hell is actually happening, because you had Trump announcing the ceasefire less than 48 hours after he dropped over a dozen 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs on Iran's most important nuclear facility and attacked 2 other sites with precision-guided weapons. With that, then leading to Iran retaliating with an attack on the largest American military base in the Middle East, which left the whole world fearing that this was just going to blow up. But now, well, ultimately it's still too early to tell. As of recording at least, it looks like we may have avoided the worst. Because to go back, you had Trump announcing the ceasefire on Truth Social at around 6 p.m. DC time yesterday. But we also explained that it wouldn't actually take effect until roughly 6 hours later, and it laid out a very unclear timeline of how exactly it would all unfold, and ultimately claiming that the war would be officially ended within 24 hours. With them also adding there, this is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. But immediately, you saw downs, right? Neither Israel or Iran immediately came out and confirmed the ceasefire at first. And in fact, shortly after the ceasefire announcement, you had the IDF issuing an evacuation warning for several parts of Tehran. And then, overnight, according to the people that lived there, the city got hit by what's been described as the most intense and sustained airstrike since the conflict began. With also the IDF saying that it had destroyed missile launchers in western Iran, and Iranian media saying that 9 were killed in the north of the country, and that reportedly included a nuclear scientist who was staying at his parents' place. A death that notably brought the total number of scientists Israel has killed, including chemists, physicists, and engineers, to at least 14. And then overall, you had Iran's health ministry saying today that the Israeli attack since the war began has killed 606 people and wounded more than 5,000. Right? So with all that, shortly after Trump's ceasefire announcement, you had the Iranian foreign minister writing on X, as of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations, but then also say, however, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. Right, and with that, you had Iran also keeping up its attacks against Israel, with them reportedly launching 6 barrages of ballistic missiles at Israel and killing at least 4 people. Deaths that reportedly brought the total number killed in Israel to 28, along with another roughly 1,300 people affected, according to Israel's emergency services, most of whom were lightly wounded or being treated for anxiety. And soon enough, you had the Israeli government confirming that it had agreed to the ceasefire brokered by the Trump administration. But then the Israeli military soon said they had detected another barrage of missiles from Iran after the ceasefire was meant to have gone into effect. Right? And specifically, they said the ceasefire was set for 7 o'clock in the morning, but that Iran launched 1 missile at Israeli territory at 7:06 and 2 more at 10:25, and saying that these missiles were either intercepted or fell in open areas and caused neither casualties nor damage. Still, you had the Israeli defense minister announcing that he had instructed the IDF to continue high-intensity operations targeting regime assets and terror infrastructure in Tehran in light of Iran's blatant violation of the ceasefire declared by the President of the United States. Iran, however, they denied violating the ceasefire and actually accused Israel of doing the same. And then Trump, for his part, this morning, he blamed both sides.
Do you believe that Iran is still thinking peace? Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. the biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Wow. Wow. You're a president. Some decorum, please.
With Trump warning Israel on social media like an angry dad. Posting, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. But then, just around 40 minutes later, he happily claimed that Israel wasn't going to attack Iran and added, all planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. And reportedly, what happened in between those two posts is that Trump called Netanyahu and asked him not to attack. And there, Netanyahu reportedly told Trump that he was actually unable to cancel the attack because Israel needed to respond to Iran's violation in some way. So then it's also claimed that it was decided to significantly scale back the strike and they canceled attacks on a large number of targets and instead hit just one radar system outside of Tehran. With the office of the Israeli Prime Minister saying in a statement, pursuant to the conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel has refrained from additional attacks. And so with all that, at least for now, it seems like both sides are actually interested in this ceasefire holding and everyone's going to try and turn it into a victory lap. Or which is actually a reason that this ceasefire may have a chance of succeeding. For example, one expert telling the New York Times, the United States can say it has set back Iran's nuclear program, Israel can say it has weakened Iran, a regional adversary, and Iran can say it has survived and pushed back against much stronger military powers. To that point, you had Iran's Supreme National Security Council saying it was imposing a ceasefire on Israel by striking a U.S. base in Qatar and other targets, with them then adding that it had forced the enemy to regret and accept defeat and unilaterally stop its aggression. And then Israel, I mean, it's been seen as so much of a win that it's actually leading to a surge in Netanyahu's popularity. So much so that he's actually thinking about calling snap elections. Here in the States, you've had Trump reposting his own praise, including a call by Charlie Kirk that he should get a Nobel Peace Prize. And then beyond just saying that he has set back Iran's nuclear program, he's claiming to have completely destroyed it and saying in one post, Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. So very notably, a leaked U.S. intelligence assessment reportedly says that the nuclear sites aren't even close to being totally destroyed. And in fact, the reported leak said that they likely only set Iran's nuclear program back by a few months. So there you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying this alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was leaked by an anonymous low-level loser. Whatever the case may be, you have Iran's nuclear chief saying the country will restore its nuclear program, which, to be clear, is not a nuclear weapons program. Because Iran has for decades been described as being close to having a weapon, but no U.S. intelligence has actually suggested it was pursuing one. And in fact, even after more than a week of Israeli strikes on Iran, senior intelligence officials said that a 2003 religious ruling by the country's supreme leader prohibiting the development of nuclear weapons was still held. And that is, they also said that the U.S. entering the war and striking its most secure nuclear facility would actually make Iran more likely to want to build one, with them potentially seeing it as the only way to prevent future attacks or to ensure the country's survival. So while Trump is celebrating getting rid of that perceived Iranian nuclear threat, you have many saying he may have actually just created it. For now, we're seeing that even the idea that Iran's facilities were not completely obliterated as he claimed, that appears to be enough to send Trump on a tirade against the so-called fake news media.
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there, absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. And you take a look at the pinpricks and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers.
Then also, separate from that, you have people saying that even if Trump's decision to attack Iran has actually worked as he intended, that doesn't change the fact that it may have also been illegal. Because like we talked about yesterday, several Democrats and even a Republican have argued that it was unconstitutional since Congress didn't give the okay. With, for example, Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez calling Trump's actions absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. Right in there, you actually had Trump responding today with yet another post on Truth Social.
Wow, AOC called for impeachment, huh?
In Congress and continuing on an insult-filled rant. But in any case, you now today have Representative Representative Al Green from Texas saying that he'll actually be introducing articles of impeachment against Trump and saying in a statement, President Trump has not only violated his oath of office,
He's
he has also
toxic.
disregarded the separation of powers necessary to maintain the independence of our three branches of government. But just this afternoon, the House overwhelmingly voted to reject that impeachment attempt, 344 to 79, with a large majority of Democrats joining Republicans to table the measure. But hey, as far as what happens next, here's what I'll say, and it's specifically regarding Iran and Israel. Hopefully, the ceasefire works. Hopefully, stuff calms down and people aren't getting killed. Whether the ceasefire actually holds, or it's just a pause, or it leads to some other situation, that remains to be seen, and we'll have to keep our eyes on it. But then also, with this, I'll say, we're seeing this whole other controversy brewing around calls for Trump's impeachment because Ariana Grande, she just weighed in on it, slammed Trump, and that has now morphed into this national...
Go, Ariana!
In that, because over the weekend, Ariana posted a few messages critical of Trump on social media, including AOC's call to impeach him. You know, all of that, it's not out of character for Ariana, right? She posts about politics pretty frequently, and she got a lot of applause from her fans for those posts. But this time, those posts, they caught the attention of Megyn Kelly, who lashed out at Ariana on her SiriusXM show yesterday.
I think that Ariana Grande needs to put more thought into how to add 1/2 an ounce of fat back onto her body than she does thinking about President Trump being impeached. Obviously, she's in the middle of a crisis. I'm sorry, but this woman looks ill. Someone needs to do an intervention to help her. I'm not saying this to be snarky. I genuinely think someone needs to help this woman.
With Megyn then also questioning why anyone should actually listen to Ariana's political opinions.
Why should I ever listen to you?
She used clips from her time on the show Victorious to discredit her.
And the reason she's qualified to make this conclusion is because of the segments she did for years on Nickelodeon as follows.
Sometimes I wonder if you can get juice from a potato.
Right there, you might recognize that clip from the Quiet on Set documentary that explored incredibly disturbing abuse allegations behind the scenes at Nickelodeon. Megyn then also sharing a scene where Ariana dumped water on herself and then saying,
she was exploited as a young person. It's not nice. It's actually quite sad. But now she's decided to take that troubled youth and turn it around to make constitutional judgments about our president. There's a lot that went on, I think, on that Nickelodeon set that's never been fully threshed out. And I think Ariana Grande should work on her own well-being.
You are a
and
B
keep her
word.
Constitutional thoughts to herself.
And I don't use that word often.
Daily Beast calling Megyn's tirade gross, as well as at others online saying it was completely out of line to go after Ariana's body. It's disgusting that Megyn Kelly is faking being concerned about her past when she's trying to weaponize it against her. And then, as far as Grande herself, she hasn't responded yet. Though it also really wouldn't be surprising if she just didn't respond, because, you know, this is something that a lot of people have discussed for years. You know, more recently, the discourse around it was inescapable during the Wicked Press tour when, you know, people were sharing photos and videos of her and speculating if she had an eating disorder. All of which then led to her addressing some of it during an interview back in December where she was asked about the pressures and beauty standards that exist for women, and she actually got very emotional.
My goodness. I'm not gonna... It's okay. You know, I've been kind of doing this in front of the public and kind of been, you know, a specimen in a petri dish really since I was 16 or 17. It's something that is uncomfortable no matter what scale you're experiencing it on. Even if you go to Thanksgiving dinner and someone's granny says, oh my God, you look skinnier, what happened? Or you look heavier, what happened? It's like, that is something that is...
Stop talking about my body.
Uncomfortable and horrible. And I think in today's society, there's a comfortability that we shouldn't have at all. Commenting on others' looks, appearance, what they think is going on behind the scenes, or health, or how they present themselves.
And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, you know, if you're anything like me, you've also procrastinated and put off a business or a project idea that's just been chilling in your brain, half-baked and ignored for way too long. But hey, make this the month that you finally make that side hustle or passion project a reality. You know, for me, it was my book club. I put it off forever. And I kid you not, right? DeFranco Book Club, it went from someday to launched in under an hour with today's sponsor, Squarespace. Because they make it crazy easy to build a site, whether you just want to talk about things, showcase things, or you want to start selling content, courses, physical or digital products. Whatever you've got in mind, you can do. And that even includes charging a one-time fee, offering a subscription, or both, right? Done and done. You can make it all look fantastic, right? You can utilize stunning templates that make it look like you hired a designer. And you can use their Fluid Engine editor that lets you drag, drop, and customize. No coding, no stress, no excuses. And, you know, we use Squarespace for a lot of things. My team uses Squarespace for our daily dip newsletter, where tens of thousands of you get your PDS fix in your inbox every weekday. Right? Polls, giveaways, PDS show notes, they're all run through Squarespace. You know, just like clockwork, another daily dip issue went out this morning, and your project Project Vision, it could be next. All you gotta do is take that first step today with a free trial over at squarespace.com/Phil, or hey, just scan that QR code and make today launch day. Just remember that when it's ready to go, use code Phil to get 10% off and let them know we sent you. But then shifting gears from that to a very different kind of news, this is big in the gaming and streaming space. One of the most dominant and famous players of the Super Smash Melee community, Mango, he just nuked his entire career after doing this on stream.
See, we're not drunk, guys. Yeah, we're not drunk. But Mango, on the other hand, no. He's humping toes. No.
End the stream. End it.
End the stream, Mango says.
End the stream.
So that incident, it happened at a booze-fueled event put on by Ludwig's Mobile Moves, and it was meant to just kind of be a fun time for creators to get together, play the new Mario Kart, and give away the new Switch to fans. However, it didn't take long for chaos to ensue, especially from Mango. Because as you saw in that clip, he was running around in his shorts, he was humping stuff left and right, and actually targeting Maya Higa wasn't the only time. He also did something similar to Sinna, who appeared clearly upset by it.
Mango, what are you doing?
Not that it appeared to help, he just kept doing it. Sinna even tried to ask someone to get Mango a water, and instead someone laughed that they gave him another beer instead.
Give Mango water. Look at this mother.
I gave him the beer.
And in both of these clips, you can clearly see that the women involved, they're just not happy about it or comfortable at all. And so quickly, you saw people bashing Mango for what he was doing and calling for something to be done. People saying things like, why can't male streamers behave like normal people and get that man-child away from them? That's so fucking weird. However, there was also a lot of people that were defending Mango by claiming
all he did was fuck a plushie toy.
No one told him to stop. But there, you had people pushing back, saying that the women in the clips, they're clearly uncomfortable, and they make it clear that what he was doing wasn't appreciated. You then also had people giving Extra Emily some flack for just laughing about it the whole time. So there, in past controversies, she's mentioned that she laughs when she's uncomfortable to diffuse situations, and she hasn't responded about this situation specifically yet. Also, with this situation, you have people saying that Mango has a history of this, pointing to how he got banned in 2021 for humping a figurine on Twitch. Regarding what just happened, you had Mango seeming apologetic and tweeting a few times. First saying, hate waking up and seeing I was a drunk dumbass. I don't like using the drunk excuse because it's childish, but at the moment I think everyone is as drunk as me, and that's not usually the case. However, you know, everyone else being as drunk as you isn't an excuse to hump them while nearly naked, which led to responses like, even back in the day in my early 20s when I was plastered, I still asked women for consent before dancing with them or touching them. Didn't matter how wasted I was, I still knew better than to make women uncomfortable. With them then adding, alcohol doesn't magically make you a different person, it removes inhibitions and makes you feel like you can get away with things. Then also had Mango's other tweets touching on reevaluating his relationship with alcohol and apologizing, saying everyone has coddled me for so long and kind of looked the other way when it came to my drinking. Don't want anyone to feel bad for me / defend me. Sorry to everyone I've let down or hurt. I know it just looks like I'm trying to save face, but I genuinely feel so awful about it. All I've done is reflect on my life and realized I'm a broken human. Also, in this whole situation, there was a big question of, you know, what was going to happen to his professional relationships. And there you had Ludwig saying,
I'm no longer inviting Mango to Mogul Moves events. Cause like, you know, it's a privilege to go to an event, man. Like, the whole point of an event is like, it's a fun thing to do, have a good ass time. And if somebody appearing jeopardizes somebody else having a good time, that just can't be a thing. Now I see a lot of dialogue on like broader implications. I'm only worried about my team, my events, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't speak for the Melee community. I'm not like championing any other action.
And while Ludwig, you know, he said he doesn't speak for any other orbs or communities, it was clear that they were not happy as well. With you then also seeing Cloud9, which has sponsored Mango for over a decade, essentially forever in the esports world, ending their relationship with it. And in their post, which was pretty long, they made it clear that regardless of tenure or accomplishments, the behavior demonstrated is entirely unacceptable and directly conflicts with our organization's core values, and saying we maintain a zero-tolerance stance against harassment or any other form of inappropriate conduct. And while you had many supporting that decision, you also had others pushing back, saying things like, could have at least offered some rehab or something. He's an alcoholic, support your teammates. And regardless of how much you help build a company up, they will turn their back on you for social media clout. And all of this is a situation administration might not be over, because
What?
Mango himself thinking that other tournament series in the future are going to ban him as well. But with that, he also said that he has no one to blame but himself, and that, quote, I had it all and fucking tossed it in the trash can. And so, with all this, of course, I'd love to know everyone's thoughts and reactions to the news, but especially if you are in this streaming and gaming space and you're more familiar with the characters involved. What are your thoughts here? But the next step from that, we've got to talk about how the Supreme Court has ruled that the Trump administration can deport migrants to countries they've never been to.
I don't think there was even an assault there. I don't think he even touched them. I think him fucking Toad is a weird premise, because I'm not sure Toad even has a gender. Does Toad have a gender?
Even if it puts them,
I mean, I guess that's supposed to be a dude, right? I guess, because there's like a Toad and a Toadette, so I guess he's like fucking Toad, which is fine. It's the kind of thing you would see a drunk man do at like at a college party, and we have gotten kind of cancely. We've gotten very cancely. I'm not excusing like him making women uncomfortable. He should have just not done that, you know. I'm saying that fucking a toad when you're half clothed in a house full of people, it's weird, but it's not like cancel you behavior. It's just a drunk person behaving badly. We've seen that before. Consult soccer riots or football riots, right? And you'll understand that the drunk people, they sometimes make mistakes. It sucks. Now, I didn't see any inappropriate touching there.
Of torture.
And I feel like I'm like excusing him. But it's more like they were on camera. He should have been like on perfect, you know, on point, you know.
The High Court's conservative majority laying out a monumental decision on immigration. Right, the specific case in question centered around the Trump administration's efforts to deport groups of migrants, particularly those charged with violent crimes, to third countries that they're not from and may have no connection to. And you had 4 individuals represented by immigrant rights groups filing a lawsuit against the administration in Boston, arguing that migrants subject to third country deportations were entitled to due process, claiming that they should be given adequate notice of their deportation and allowed the chance to raise objections if they were being sent to a country where they faced a risk of being harmed. Written back in April, U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy temporarily blocked the Trump administration from carrying out third country.
Wow. I don't know. This might be a DMC. I was just like listening to it, but I don't think I can.
Country deportations without first allowing the deportees to raise fear-based claims that they would face persecution, torture, or death. In the area, the judge argued in his ruling that the Trump administration was likely violating the U.S. Constitution's due process protections. But then, a month later, Murphy ruling that the administration actually directly violated his order by attempting to deport a group of 8 men to South Sudan, which is a conflict-ridden country that most of them have never been to. With the judge saying that he found that the men had not been given proper notice or the ability to raise fear-based claims about what might happen to them in a country with a record of human rights abuses. And so as a result, the 8 men were diverted to an American military base in Djibouti while the appeals process played out. And then after the First Circuit Court of Appeals declined to put Murphy's ruling on hold, the administration asked the Supreme Court to intervene. And in their filings, lawyers for the administration argued that Murphy had infringed on the executive's authority over deportations, right, saying the judge made the process too complicated by forcing officials to follow a treaty ratified by Congress that prevents the government from sending people to countries where they might be tortured. The lawyers then further alleging that Murphy had undermined the government's ability to remove some of the worst illegal aliens. Then on the other side, you had lawyers for the immigrants hitting back at that, arguing that many of the migrants targeted under this policy haven't been convicted of crimes and initially entered the U.S. legally, with them accusing the administration of repeatedly trying to deport people, quote, as a punitive measure to some of the most dangerous places on the planet and with only hours' notice, right? And then further claiming that regardless of potential criminal status, migrants should still be given due process rights, right? And they noted that a lawyer for the Trump administration had actually openly acknowledged that due process rights are required for third country removals during oral arguments in a separate case before the Supreme Court back in March. And that last point, it's super notable because the High Court has also previously restrained the Trump administration in other deportation cases and criticized officials for failing to ensure due process protections for some migrants. But apparently, they felt that those rights applied differently in this case. And the reason I say apparently is because we literally do not know the logic behind their decision. The majority did not provide any reasoning in their order. But that is, on the other side, you had the court's 3 liberal justices writing a lengthy and absolutely scathing dissent, accusing the majority of ignoring a federal law that requires due process, with Justice Sonia Sotomayor implying that the majority was contradicting past orders it had made, emphasizing due process rights for migrants, arguing that this decision was as incomprehensible as it is inexcusable. And then beyond that, Sotomayor also accused the conservative majority of rewarding lawlessness by blocking the lower court order that the Trump administration had openly defied, and adding, the government has made clear in word and deed that it feels itself unconstrained by law, free to deport anyone anywhere without notice or an opportunity to be heard. The episodes of non-compliance in this very case illustrate the risks. But they're then going on to say that even if a higher court ultimately overturns a lower court ruling, the government is still required to obey them until that happens. Writing, that principle is a bedrock of the rule of law. The government's misconduct threatens it to its core. And then further accusing the conservatives of setting a horrible precedent by essentially rewarding the Trump administration for disobeying a direct court order, arguing, each time this court rewards non-compliance with discretionary relief, it further erodes respect for courts and for the rule of law. Now, with all that said, as far as what happens next, following the Supreme Court's ruling yesterday, you had Murphy issuing an order saying that the 8 migrants being held in Djibouti were protected from immediate removal under a separate ruling that they previously issued. But really, regardless, it appears that the Trump administration has now been given a blank check to move forward with deporting migrants to countries they have no connection to. And with that, you had the Department of Homeland Security applauding the ruling as a victory on social media, writing, fire up the deportation planes. And that, as you had DHS Secretary Kristi Noem sharing a screenshot of the decision with a gif of Trump doing a celebratory dance. But then next up today, do you remember how RFK Jr. fired the CDC's entire vaccine advisory panel and then replaced them with what many have described as anti-vaxxers? Well, they're now getting to work, and it ain't pretty. There's a new panel set to hold its first meeting Wednesday and Thursday, but instead of following the old draft agenda that had policy discussions on stuff like COVID vaccine, it's now scheduled to have a discussion and vote on thimerosal, which is a preservative used in a small fraction of flu vaccines to prevent fungal or bacterial growth. Because although studies have repeatedly confirmed that it is safe in the low doses given in vaccines and does not cause autism, RFK Jr., he wrote a whole book a decade ago claiming the opposite.
It is the most potent neurotoxin that is not radioactive. Why would we? It's 30 times as neurotoxic as lead. Why would we put that in a child or a pregnant woman if we didn't have to?
Right, where he goes wrong is in assuming that because thimerosal contains mercury, it is necessarily dangerous. Because as many have pointed out, there are actually 2 kinds of mercury. There is ethyl mercury, the scary kind, ooh, scary, and then methyl mercury, which the human body clears much faster. Thimerosal, it contains methyl mercury. And in fact, the CDC just today published a very nicely timed report reviewing the evidence of thimerosal in vaccines and concluded that there is no link between it and autism. But instead of heeding that report's findings, it appears that RFK's new CDC panel is going to listen to a presentation Thursday by Lynn Redwood, the former president of RFK's anti-vax group Children's Health Defense, previously known as the World Mercury Project, which is really unusual because, as reports have noted, presenters typically come from the panel's working groups and have spent months gathering and discussing evidence on a given topic. And then also unusual is the fact that, according to the Vaccine Integrity Project, Redwood's presentation hasn't actually been vetted by CDC subject matter experts. So you have that group saying these are clear signs that the true intent of the meeting is to sow distrust about the safety of vaccines. In that, it actually brings us to another piece of news we have to talk about from the Washington Post about how the Vaccine Integrity Project is fighting back against RFK. Because with this key advisory panel just now going rogue, you have experts saying that they can no longer rely on federal authorities to recommend vaccines, which is traditionally a key step in determining which ones get covered by insurance. So the project, which is funded by an unrestricted gift from a philanthropic foundation, is leading an effort to set up an alternative parallel vaccine system apart from the federal government in the private sector. And there, they would loop in professional medical associations, pharmacists, state health officials, insurance companies, and vaccine manufacturers. Or with all this, reportedly including the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Pharmacists Association, and the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases. And while the plans are still in the works, what they're talking about reportedly includes ordering vaccines directly from manufacturers and giving greater weight to medical associations rather than the CDC. So hopefully, if all goes well, insurers will continue covering vaccines even if the federal government drops support for them. With the saying one former industry executive saying, insurers are absolutely trying to find ways to cover services that are so widely understood as beneficial and proven. And adding, I wouldn't want to be the first first insurer to start to decline coverage for what are clearly incredibly important and valuable public health interventions. But a big key thing is that there are a number of reasons to believe that this parallel private system, it won't be a perfect fix. I mean, first of all, without the government's recommendations, there's no formal guarantee that health plans will cover every shot. Secondly, if different groups put out conflicting recommendations, that could cause confusion. And thirdly, different states could enact different policies depending on whether they follow the White House's lead or someone else's. So also, unless they take immediate action, some may not even have a choice. Because as it turns out, nearly 600 statutes and regulations across 49 states, 3 territories, and DC reference the CDC's advisory panel, meaning that if the panel's recommendations change, then many of these states' policies will automatically follow suit per the statutes. So in effect, an otherwise liberal, democratic, science-loving state government, it could end up doing RFK's bidding by default. The types of the policies that will be affected, they're very wide-ranging, with them dictating school immunization requirements, mandatory insurance coverage, mandatory vaccination for healthcare workers, notifications about recommended or overdue vaccines, and vaccine purchases, among a number of other things. Plus, a lot of states tie the legal authority that pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, and other healthcare providers have to administer vaccines to the panel's recommendations, meaning that if RFK stops recommending a particular shot, it'll be illegal for those professionals to give you that vaccine. All of that as the Vaccine Integrity Project is preparing for, because you have major pharmacy associations reportedly crafting draft emergency orders that governors could issue allowing pharmacists to continue administering certain vaccines if the federal guidance were to change. With another report saying that some states are also considering forming their own vaccine advisory groups. And you've got officials from Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York reportedly discussing a regional group for northeastern states. But of course, with all that, the future is hard to predict, and you have some thinking that if vaccines become less accessible and more expensive, then Trump will suffer a political backlash. And there, I'll say, we are seeing some nervousness from a key Republican senator, Bill Cassidy. You see, because Cassidy, he's the chair of the Health Committee who agreed to support Kennedy's confirmation as health secretary only after obtaining a promise that RFK would not touch vaccines.
Now, Mr. Kennedy and the administration reached out seeking to reassure me regarding their commitment to protecting the public health benefit of vaccination. It confirmed he will maintain the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices recommendations without changes.
But now, with this week's CDC panel meeting coming up, he's apparently getting cold feet, with him writing on X. Although the appointees to the panel have scientific credentials, many do not have significant experience studying microbiology, epidemiology, or immunology. In particular, some lack experience studying new technologies such as mRNA vaccines and may even have a preconceived bias against them. Adding, Wednesday's meeting should not proceed with a relatively small panel and no CDC director in place to approve the panel's recommendations, saying the meeting should be delayed until the panel is fully staffed with more robust and balanced representation as required by law, including those with more direct relevant expertise. Otherwise, the panel's recommendations could be viewed with skepticism, which will work against the success of this administration's efforts. Right, so that last line, it seems to be some sort of appeal like, hey, this could make Trump look bad. For now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens. I mean, the meeting, it starts tomorrow, so it's gonna get delayed. It's gonna happen now. But in the meantime, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts, feelings, and reactions to this news? But then, switching gears from that as we begin to wind down today's show, I want to talk about a different kind of news. Something, dare I say, might even give people some hope. Right? And that because the American Diabetes Association just had their annual meeting, and during that, a study was presented that may hold the cure to type 1 diabetes. But also, in order to actually understand how the potential cure works, first you have to understand how the problem works. Because there are roughly 2 million Americans with type 1 diabetes, which is what happens when the immune system destroys islet cells, a subset of which secrete insulin, and without insulin, glucose can't enter cells. And so patients with type 1 diabetes,
it's all the
have to
gluten.
inject carefully calibrated doses of insulin into themselves in order to compensate for the lack of natural production, which a key thing here is a constant, often expensive process. And that is where this study comes into play, and it's centered around an experimental treatment made by Vertex Pharmaceuticals of Boston. And this treatment, it involves stem cells that scientists have turned into pancreatic islet cells, and then those cells, they're infused into the body, and bada bing, bada boom, they take up residence and do their thing. The lead author of the study explaining, in the liver, they're sensing a patient's blood glucose level, and they're secreting the appropriate hormone. And saying that the replacement cells appear to be sensing the changes
Oops,
within
I forgot the
seconds or
goddamn
milliseconds,
drone.
and adding, essentially, it's the same as your native islet cells would function. Now, the study specifically, it focused on patients with a complication to their diabetes called hypoglycemic unawareness, meaning that they don't get the same signs that their glucose is dropping that most people do, like shakiness or sweating. And without those signs, I mean, these people, they don't know their glucose levels are dangerously low, and so they can suddenly pass out, have a seizure, or even just die. But what makes this story special is that of the dozen participants in the study, 10 of them no longer need to inject insulin at all. They appear to have been cured after a single infusion. Though, of course, this is not an immediate cure. Participants received the infusion at least a year ago. But within a few months of doing so, patients in the study began to need less and less insulin, and most, they stopped needing it altogether after 6 months. And their episodes of hypoglycemia, they went away within the first 90 days. And you've got doctors just marveling at the results, like Dr. Mark Anderson saying it's trailblazing work, being free of insulin is life-changing. Dr. Peter Sr. adding, I think the data is just so very exciting, so very, very powerful, saying the primary objective of the study was just to show that the blood sugars were better and that people were not having severe hypoglycemia. They blew past that. 10 of the 12 people are off insulin. And one of those 10 is a 36-year-old nurse and mother from Ontario named Amanda. And she explained to a local outlet that when she got her diagnosis of late-onset juvenile diabetes at 25, she knew the risks were diabetic coma or worse. Even saying, I took it as a death sentence. I knew eventually, like, the end is always some sort of complication with diabetes. But this treatment, it has totally changed that for her, with Amanda saying, I get emotional because I'm free from those handcuffs. I don't have that looming over me every day. Now with that, as there often are, there are a couple of caveats I need to point out here. But definitely the big one being the trade-off of this treatment. Because yes, patients may not have to inject insulin or worry about their glucose levels at all times, but they will need to stay on an immunosuppressant indefinitely to prevent the immune system from destroying the new cells. And those immunosuppressants, they come with their own dangers, including an increased risk of infection and in the long term, an increased risk of cancer. With one diabetes expert explaining, the argument is this immunosuppression is not as dangerous as what we typically use for kidneys, hearts, and lungs, but we won't know that definitely for many years. Also, I will say someone squinted at this situation because not everyone made it to the other side of the experimental treatment. Right in that, because the first patient to receive an infusion, Brian Shelton, died shortly after receiving the treatment. Though notably, there you had Vertex saying that the infusion did cure him and that his death was actually caused by dementia symptoms that began before his treatment. Right? So ultimately, we're in the situation where we're in the beginning. It looks very promising. There are still a lot of unanswered questions, and hopefully we will get answers as this is tested more and more. But just without a doubt, this appears to be a massive step forward. Just a culmination of more than 2 decades worth of work and tens of millions of dollars in research. But that, my friend, brings us to the end of today's show. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow because, of course, I've got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you, mean it, bye.
Yep, it's a video about a YouTuber complaining about YouTube. Big surprise there. Now, if you didn't know, YouTube, or Google that owns YouTube, has their own AI called VEO3.
We have diagnosed you with stage 4 cancer.
Thank you, Filter Franco, for the excellent content from your stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Pyro Live. I'd like to sub to your channel for the excellent content from my stream.
And give it to the next person.
It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it does. Goodbye.
It's basically a way to generate AI videos, and these videos, they're pretty scary, like to the point where, you know, originally you could show like your boomer parents, be like, look at this video, it's real, and it'd be like Jesus holding an AK, and it's like, that's real? Oh my goodness! But now AI is actually getting so scary, it's a little bit hard to discern what's real and what isn't. But the big question was, how was VEO3 so good? How was it able to actually replicate so many videos so accurately? Well, the answer that we found out, it's us. VEO3 was trained using YouTube videos, and there is no way that you can opt out or say that you don't want that to be used.
I wonder if I'm a big part of this.
360 hours worth of content uploaded onto YouTube. That is over 500,000 hours every single day, and nearly 2 million hours every year. To put that into perspective, if you right now wanted to watch every single video ever uploaded onto YouTube, not sure why you do that, you'd basically have to start at 19,000 BC. You would have to start in the Upper Paleolithic era to watch every bit of slop uploaded onto this website. Some of you might be aware of the Library of Alexandria, a vast wealth of knowledge, but now in the digital age, we have a wealth of information much better than what they could ever achieve. That being TikTok dances and montage parodies. Every day we stray further from God.
Gonna need a montage.
Teletubbies too. I mean, you need to keep in mind as well the sheer amount of content that is put out onto YouTube. Like, for example, video essays that aren't actually video essays, and instead they just do an entire recap of the game or the plot of a film. I've definitely never done that before. I will never accept that I simply do recaps. I actually offer analysis every 2 hours or so for about 20 seconds. Now, even though YouTube now is like really heavily commercialized, it still is one of the last few places on the internet where you can really get a look into someone else's life. That is, of course, as long as you don't break the community guidelines. The main problem with YouTube is it's not being run by a government that, like, for example, would want to have a platform for people to communicate on, and it's not really run by historians that would like to preserve human intellect, so when aliens
run by
land 500
corpos.
years from now, they can see what the hell is Skibidi Toilet? What's with all these Five Nights at Freddy's film theories? No, So YouTube, like most things, is run by a company that usually puts profits first. And as much as I love YouTube, like without the platform, I would not have a job. So kind of biting the hand that's been feeding me, it feels a little bit weird, but I just can't agree with this. So back in May, Google announced an update to their pre-existing video generative AI, VEO, with the third model coming out, as well as their new video generative AI flow. Now, like I said earlier, VEO 3 is really scary because a lot of these videos that it produces look incredibly convincing. Like even AI a few months ago, there was really obvious flaws. It all looked a little bit hazy. It could never get hands right for some reason. It'd have too little fingers or too many fingers. But the most terrifying thing about this AI is it can generate sound.
You still need to take George to football. I told you already. Sandra, I'm doing a fucking vlog. Can you not fucking see?
And this isn't just like people speaking, it's background noises and just general sound effects to match the video, which again is another step into tricking your brain into thinking this could actually be real.
The rain is very heavy here in Mexico City, in this marginalized area where... Oh.
Now the thing is with AI, it doesn't just get better with practice, like for example a human would, but what actually helps AI become so lifelike is information. You know, having a large data
I hope
set
I play a part in
values,
this.
Numbers, lifelike images. Now this is a really funny comparison. I made a video a couple months ago called Server Blight, going over the horror series based around TF2. Merch, we have merch for it by the way, link in description. We've also got caps, tees, hoodies. Please get your credit card for that. But in that video, I made a comparison to John Carpenter's The Thing. And that entire film is basically you trying to discern what is human and what isn't, what is actually a person and what is a fake imitation of a person. And that film was so good that decades later, people are still trying to argue who they thought was infected, who wasn't. I mean, there was this one theory floating around that some characters had like a gleam in their eye, which meant that they were human, and if they lost that gleam, they weren't human. There were just so many different copes around that film. But now we're reaching that point where it's becoming harder to tell what is human and what is fake, what is AI. So again, like I said earlier, AI needs a large data set of information to pull from, to basically learn. So Google, the owners of YouTube, came out with this revolutionary AI called VEO 2, and that was released to the public. So in an interview with CNBC, a Google employee basically revealed that they're using a massive catalog of YouTube videos to train their AI. That's the reason why VEO 3 got so good in such a short amount of time. Now, we don't actually know the specifics or what videos were yoinked. I'm guessing 90% were Mr. Beast videos, because this was a whistleblower, basically. Someone who's probably taken out the back and shot afterwards. But they basically stated in the interview that the person was not authorized to speak publicly about the matter, but they leaked the information that Google was using over 20 billion YouTube videos as a learning folder for VEO 3. But what I'm guessing happened here is CNBC basically had this information and they were dangling it over Google's head like, "Ooh, look at this, ooh, we know what you've got, ooh, what if we publish this? It'd be really scary for you." Which then led to Google doing their own press statement. "We've always used YouTube content to make our products better, and this hasn't changed with the advent of AI. We also recognize the need for guardrails, which is why we've invested in robust protections that allow creators to protect their image and likeness in the AI era, something we're committed to continuing." Now, if this isn't setting off massive alarm bells in your head, it really should be. This is YouTube talking about trying to protect its creators, by the way. YouTube that did demonetization, they still have like some of the worst copyright systems set up in the entire world. And also the most insidious thing about all of this is if you're a creator on YouTube, you're basically signing away your rights to be used in AI. For free, you get no royalties, and you can't opt out if you're not comfortable with that. YouTube also allows creators to opt out of third-party training from select AI companies, including Amazon, Apple, and Nvidia. But users are not able to stop Google from training for its own models. So by putting your face on the internet or a video you might have spent days, weeks, months putting together, that nice little video essay that you're talking about, like some game that no one's heard of, and you'll probably call the video that, YouTube will yoink that video and use it to train their own AI. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. There are some very small specifics that you can actually get out of this, even though it says you can't really opt out of it. If you're protected by copyright, for example, or part of an agency, Google says they'll basically honor the agreement they made with the parent company. So hopefully you've got stocks in Disney or Sony or Universal, because yeah, YouTube won't touch them. But the smaller creators, it's fair game. Now, I thought this would be good, like a way for YouTube to be like, okay, you know what, if you take the extra steps, we won't use you for AI slot. But it seems to be that they're kind of only covering their own asses, so they don't have IP infringement. Because again, I talked about a couple of videos ago, Midjourney was being sued for basically having like AI generated Mickey Mouse and Shrek and just copyrighted characters. And it's really obvious that Google do not want to go down that legal rabbit hole. But then also the silver lining again, if you're part of an MCN, like for example, Offline TV or Machinima, dear God, I really hope you are not with Machinima in current year, man. If you are, that's rough. Genuinely, my sympathies to you. Now, if you're with those companies, there's a chance you might have signed a contract to escape your fate. But again, the problem is, unlike what I've mentioned before, the people that are being targeted here, essentially, are the smaller creators. The ones that don't really have the money or the platform or the clout to stand up against Google. Though that said, CNBC said that they spoke with multiple leading creators and IP professionals. None were aware or had been informed by YouTube that their content could be used to train Google's AI models. So you don't really know what's actually going on behind the scenes there. Now, there is a counter argument to be made for my big corporate overlords that I love so much, that if you join Google through YouTube, you are basically partly handing over your rights anyway, but you still own the copyright because it is your creation. But Google has the authority to basically distribute and use your content. But the level that VEO3 has gone to so quickly is insane. Like, for example, these street interviews, they are like viral all over YouTube because people love that, because most people don't leave their house. But this is one of the first examples to be replicated by VEO3.
What's life like for a farmer right now? Hard work, sore back, but the soil is good this year. Might even eat something with meat next week.
Now, in actual street interviews that aren't AI slop, loads of people are going to be filmed and recorded. This could be hundreds of people that are just passing in the background. You know, people that didn't consent in the first place, because the YouTuber, they own the YouTube account, Google has stolen their soul. That makes sense. But all these people that are being used in the background to train the AI, they haven't consented, or at least they haven't signed the terms of service when making a YouTube account. Like, think of how many people this AI is trained that are just like passerbys, you know, in like vlogs.
I'm probably a big
IRL
part of
streams,
this.
but also videos parents have uploaded of, for example, their children. None of these people would have consented at all, by the way. But despite that, they're all still being used to train AI slop. I'm assuming the biggest question on everyone's mind right now is what Google is doing. Is it actually legal? The first issue people might point to is copyright. Since you're an owner and a producer of the content, surely you have a right to not have it
Maybe
stolen
I can
by Google.
sue
And according to
YouTube.
YouTube, you'd actually be correct. You retain all your ownership rights in your content. In short, what belongs to you stays yours. However, we do require you to grant certain rights to YouTube and other users of the service. Now, YouTube does state you retain the right to a worldwide, non-exclusive, royalty-free, transferable sub-license license to use that content, including to reproduce, distribute, modify, display, and perform it. But they state that this is not for the purpose of operating, promoting, and improving the service, not for training their AI bot. I mean, maybe Google has some kind of Saul Goodman lawyer that's like bending the definition of the rules that they already set in place. But even if they do find a workaround, this is plagiarism on an insanely massive scale. If you're wondering why basically nothing happened after the H-Bomber Guy video that was uploaded a couple years ago, this is why. And the worst thing is about all of this is H-Bomber made this video breaking down plagiarism and how rampant it was on YouTube. But, you know, because he is a YouTuber, he has a Google account, YouTube is probably using their AI to train off his videos as well. A lot of laws that are governing AI actually try to control the output that AI makes. Like, for example, you know, replicating copyrighted material, generating someone's likeness, or utilizing a style of artwork. But it really isn't easy to regulate what goes into AI, because AI usually pulls up thousands or millions of sources simultaneously. And a lot of these laws only really come into place following legal proceedings, such as, you know, lawsuits setting precedent. It's really hard to notice if your video has been stolen because it'd probably be combined with so many other videos simultaneously. And then, you know, how are you going to make a court of law? What, you go to the court and say, oh, this one AI video, that hand looks like mine? It might be. There's no way you can prove it. I mean, it's great to know that my face, my likeness, and my voice have all probably been used in AI slop at some point. I'll be honest, Google, I don't agree with the AI thing, but if you can make an AI music video of PewDiePie saying barrels, I'll kneel, all right? By saying barrels, I'll kneel, all right?
I love this song. It's very evocative of my childhood. It's interesting.
Trump says Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire.
Thank you,
that will start in
Hassan.
6
Thank you,
hours.
Pyro
That
Live.
makes sense as to why Israel was striking super hard. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire. Upon the 24th hour, wait, what? An official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful on the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. He said, good game, guys. Well played. He said, GGWP. I can't believe it. He did it again. Donald Trump did it again. He broke something for no reason and then let chaos unfold for an extended period of time, only to turn around and be like, look at how big of a savior I am. Does this man ever do anything that is not within the Trump playbook, where he just goes in, breaks something, and then it says he's going to continue breaking it, and then stops the further breaking process? Half of it is broken already, and goes, look how amazing I am. I just stopped. I could have broken way more. This is insane. He did the exact same thing on everything, from tariffs to immigration to war, firing government employees only to rehire them instantly. It's only been 5 months, man. It's only been 5 months since this came into power, and he's basically done this. He's done this like 100 different times. Perhaps this could be a way to buy time and replenish Israel's Iron Dome interceptors and then relaunch the aggression later. That could be the case. And this time they could start with like a straightforward decapitation strike to push the entire region into further chaos. I don't think Israel is happy with this situation. No matter what they say, they will probably come around and claim that they got massive W's here. The joint partnership is stronger than ever before, but I don't think they're happy with this effort at all, because their goal was to bring America, their goal was to basically bring America into the fold and take the war to Iran. Iran did not get regime change for the collective West and Israel. They won easy. No, they didn't. They did not win. This is not a W for Iran. Israel, it's an L for Israel, but it's not a W for Iran. Please. Israel literally came in amidst negotiations of the West, showed that they had the capacity to actually manipulate Western nations and even the United States of America and bring them onto the cause, assassinated a ton of IRGC commanders, and established air superiority over key parts of Iran in the process, kept bombing Iran in the process. No, it's not a massive W for it's not a W for Iran at all. Yes, they avoided regime change for now. They avoided becoming a fail state for now. That doesn't mean that this ended. They also, I think, have drafted a withdrawal. Iran, I think, drafted a withdrawal from leaving the International Atomic Agency energy. So that's a ginormous L for everybody except for Iran. President Trump spoke to me about the ceasefire deal in an exclusive interview. He said, "It's a great day for America. It's a great day for the Middle East. I'm very happy to have been able to get the job done. A lot of people were dying, and it was only going to get worse." When asked how long the ceasefire would be, President Trump said, "I think the ceasefire is unlimited. It's going to go forever." When asked if the war was completely over, he said, "Yes, I don't believe they will ever be shooting at each other again." President Trump also said that of the conflict with Iran, it would have brought the whole Middle East down. He added this about the ceasefire deal: "It's a wonderful day for the world, in my opinion." Okay, I need to make something clear here. Here was a really cool way that Trump could have avoided all of this. Telling Israel not to strike Iran, because we have only, at best, set the time frame back to 12 days ago, and there's been a lot in those 12 days that's bad for both Iran and Israel. So this is not a W. Why are people, who the would look at this and go, that's cool. This is actually dope. Unless somehow this also, through back channels, is telling Israel to just cut it out with Gaza or some which I heavily doubt. There was no W here at all. Trump allowed this event to unfold. He created chaos. People were like, this is the worst type of chaos. What the are you doing? And then 12 days later, he was like, all right, chaos over. Look, I saved it. It's like, but you started it. You let the chaos happen. You've let the chaos happen for 12 days only to turn around and I guess like stop even more chaos from taking place. Like, how was this a W? What I feel like took place is Israel's air defenses are diminished, and we'll see if Iran actually retaliates in this last barrage of missiles. We'll see how much the Israeli air defenses are diminished. The only thing I can foresee happening here is that Israel's air defenses were so diminished, and America did not have appetite for further war with Iran, and therefore they had to cool off a little bit before they could re-up on their air defenses, and then Israel will most likely try it again. Didn't bomb civilians, strategical strike on nuclear facilities that intend to create overall herd, multiple countries, USA being number one. No, it's not. That's not true. There's another lie that you just believed for no reason. That's the WMD lie. Just like Saddam had WMDs and he was willing to use it on America. It's the lie that the American government told to invade Iraq. That is also a lie. It was not a strategical strike on nuclear facilities. First of all, that in and of itself is already a war crime. I like that we have decided nuclear power plants and nuclear facilities are just now open targets. What do you think would have happened if the United States actually successfully blew up a nuclear facility? Do you think the civilians would be happy with the radiation poisoning?
No.
And also, more than 600 Iranians were killed in the process. So clearly, the idea that they weren't targeting civilians is also bullshit. So what was the point of the strike again? I'm confused. Okay, good. If you're asking this question with
that's
sincerity,
good. That's good.
Then that's good.
That's good.
This is the first step towards having a
Changing
healthy dose of skepticism towards this current administration, which you should apply to every administration regardless. Great. Iran did not have nukes. Our own intelligence showed that Iran did not have nukes and did not have the capacity to develop nukes. That's our own intelligence community's assessment. The only people that were saying Iran is about to get a nuke tomorrow, any day now, was Israel. They've been saying that. The same guy, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been saying that since 1992, for the record. And I think everyone knows at this point that when Israel is saying something, it's most likely a lie. So what was the point of this strike? The point of this strike was basically to entertain our most valuable ally, Israel's genocidal ambitions. That was the only point. Israel wanted regime change in Iran. They started this amidst a denuclearization negotiation that Iran was conducting with the United States of America. They started this under the cover, the protective cover of said denuclearization agreement. Israel did this specifically for regime change. The nukes, the fake nukes lie, was the casus belli. It was bullshit. Nobody really believed it, but it didn't really matter ultimately. The entire point of the strike was so that we were playing ball with Israel. We were playing ball with Israel and showing them that we are willing and able to also strike Iran and maybe even go to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. But the Iranian retaliation was also significantly limited against the American bases. And in the aftermath,
this started Israel-Palestine and morphed into World War so fucking quick.
And apparently put together this ceasefire. Told Israel to stand down, which they will in a couple hours, and told Iran to stand down, which I suspect they took gladly. Now that the ceasefire has been implemented, there was no real goal here. It was just complete idiocy, complete madness, and bloodshed for no reason. Welcome to the Trump administration. He does this all the time. I think we're far from done with Iran. I think the strike was testing the waters on a domestic acceptance. Israel will kill the ceasefire, something will trigger another start of the conflict. I agree. I don't think Israel is happy about this quote-unquote ceasefire. Reuters White House correspondent says Trump brokered ceasefire in a call with Netanyahu Monday afternoon while VP Marco Rubio. Israel agreed to it so long as Iran did not launch further attacks. Iran signaled to the U.S. that no more attacks would take place, the official said. So Iran is eating it. Israel's going to continue bombing Iran and Iran's just going to eat it. I think agreeing to this, agreeing to be bombed by Israel without any sort of retaliation in an effort to bring forward a ceasefire is the weakest moment of the Iranian regime. If Israeli strikes continue after 3:30 Tel Aviv time, Iran will consider the ceasefire as voided. Source France 24. Okay, yeah, half an hour from now, literally, in the next 30 minutes. Oh, that's it. 3 minutes ago, Syed Abbas Araghchi, as Iran has repeatedly made it clear, Israel launched a war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our... Oh, never mind. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. Dude, they literally pushed it back. Oh, they pushed it back. They said 3:30. Now they're saying 4. Oh no, 4 a.m. in Tehran. No, actually, never mind. 4 a.m. in Tehran is I thought the initial thing that they said was Tel Aviv time, so I got it wrong. Yes, it is already past Tehran time. They're still bombing. Wait, why the did he post this now? It's already past 4 a.m. in Tehran. That's right. They're half hour apart. As of now, there's no agreement, but then he announced an agreement. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you so horny for Iran to stay in the war? I'm not. Iran to stay in the war. Iran is getting bombed right now as we speak. What are they supposed to do? Not de-escalate? Dog, what are you talking about? Iran is still in the process of being bombed. There are some Iranian officials that have stated that there's no ceasefire that was ever given to them. Syed Abbas Araghchi, which is a foreign minister, came out and said there was no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations, except apparently there is one that they are abiding by. Like, you're misunderstanding my position here. I want there to be a real ceasefire, like a complete ceasefire. I just don't think that Israel is going to abide by one, and the Iranian government is giving different information. But while we're having this conversation, it seems like they're bombing Ayatollah Khamenei's building, like his neighborhood. So it doesn't seem like Israel is invested in this ceasefire at all. Do you feel like this is a de-escalation from the Israeli side? Okay, a couple things. One, I don't know what is going on the Iranian side, the Iranian leadership. There are inconsistencies in the messaging. It could be born out of like how fast this ceasefire was implemented. I do believe that the Iranian leadership would absolutely dive at the first shot of a ceasefire, though. That tracks with their track record, so I can totally see that. However, beyond the inconsistencies on the Iranian side as far as messaging, if we're gonna analyze like Trump, the big beautiful peacemaking president, this is yet another like tariffs are on, tariffs are off style situation. Tariffs are on, everybody panics, everybody yells at Trump scales back the tariffs, everybody goes, oh, actually we love that there were no tariffs to begin with, you're so great. Like, I don't understand what is happening with the Iranian side, because they said that they wouldn't surrender. The Ayatollah's statements contradict what they ended up doing in the end. Ali Abunima says, Iran appears to have given Israel a reprieve. Israel will thank Iran by escalating its efforts to bring about the collapse and destruction of Iran's government and society. Let's hope there's more to this agreement than just quiet for now. That's what I think as well. Because I think the only reason why Israel said yes to this is because Trump showed that he didn't have more appetite for further escalations on the American side. Iranians did the thing that they always do, which is limited retaliation. But because Israel's air defenses are in tatters and significantly depleted, without America joining the conflict with a serious escalation, like straight up, actively taking an active role in the conflict, I don't think Israel's offensive campaigns were going to be enough to stop the Iranian ballistic missiles from flying into Tel Aviv. So that is the reason why, especially that, and also the fact that Israel's goal here wasn't to just take out the nuclear facilities or whatever is also bullshit. They didn't meet any of their military goals, and they didn't get to do what they wanted to do, which was to do decapitation strikes and full-blown regime change, and America did not bite. They did, though. How do you know? Because there's no nukes, chatter. That's why. Because there's no nukes. Because Israel's ultimate goal of nukes was bullshit. That wasn't real. That wasn't a real situation at all. They just made that up. Why would they make something like that up? Because they wanted to do regime change in Iran. The speculation part of this is not even speculation. America did not join the conflict beyond bombing the Fordow sites and the two other nuclear sites. One where they were developing. The Fordow site is where they're enriching the uranium, and the other two nuclear sites as well. That was very limited overall. We still don't know if they actually successfully destroyed these sites. But once again, Iran had already talked about how they had moved the enriched uranium away from Fordell. So the nuke part of this is a red herring. It's bullshit. It's not real. They also voted in the parliament to pull out of the International Atomic Energy. It's a red herring till someone gets nuked. We did that shit in Iraq. We got a ton of ships parked out there, man. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, okay, but if you understand we did that shit in Iraq, you understand that it was a massive failure. It didn't even happen in Iran this time. Iraq is what Israel wants to do in Iran. They failed to do that this time around. The reason why they failed to do that is because they don't have the capacity to do that to Iran or any other country on their own. They can only do that if Big Daddy America joins the fight. And Big Daddy America joined the fight in a very limited fashion this time around. They didn't go beyond what the most, I mean, it was still a severe escalation, make no mistake, but they didn't go past blowing up the 3 nuclear sites. In the process, Israel realized that they did not have the air defense capabilities and was more willing to back away from further escalation, which is why I assume when Iran did the exact same thing that they've done, like they did in 2020 after the Qasem Soleimani assassination, like they've done in all of the Operation True Promises so far, when they attacked in a retaliatory manner in an effort to maintain some semblance of sovereignty, in an effort to save face and get a symbolic retaliation in the books, America was fine with that de-escalation, so this ceasefire was implemented. The reason why I still say Iran lost in this, Iran lost a lot in this process is not only because they had a ton of people die in the process, but they also lost any sort of sovereignty they possibly could push for because they lost their air defense capabilities and they allowed Israel to have air superiority over numerous parts of the Iranian airspace for extended periods of time. They got attacked by America, they got attacked by Israel, they lost high-ranking IRGC members in the process, but ultimately Israel lost more than Iran did. So this is, I don't think that this is a victory for Iran, especially considering that I suspect Israel is going to simply re-up and rearm their air defenses, take note of the holes that exist within their anti-air defense capabilities, like they did after Operation True Promise 2. They will also be able to re-up and rearm in the process and then try this out one more time. If you think that this is done for Israel, you're wrong. I don't think Israel is done with Iran. I don't think Israel's done with Iran at all. Sufficient retaliation from Iran in this process would mean that Israel would be running to America to demand a ceasefire, to get a ceasefire done, because they were incurring too many penalties from Iran. Their counterstrikes and their Air Force targets in Iran would also be diminished. But that didn't happen. Iran's retaliation, on the other hand, especially on the last day of this ceasefire just now, was incredibly diminished. They claimed that they were going to strike Iran one last time, and they never did. And they basically let Israel unload without any sort of retaliation back at Israel whatsoever. I assume the reason why Iran did that was because they just did not have the capabilities. Like I said, the reason why I think this was also a spectacular defeat for Israel is because they got 0 of their military goals accomplished. They were able to humiliate the Iranian regime for sure, and they were able to weaken the Iranian military, but in the process, they showed everyone in the region that they were not untouchable, that they were not immune to retaliation. They were not immune to incurring penalties for Israeli society. If this were to be a significant victory for Israel, this would be continuing right now. What Israel is doing, the bombing campaigns would be going on. There'd be no ceasefire. America would have joined the conflict in a much more meaningful capacity. Iran would be using a significant amount of their defense capabilities and offensive capabilities on American positions. It would be devastating. There'd be far more bloodshed. But Israel doesn't give a That's what their goal was. This is why I think this was humiliating for Benjamin Netanyahu as well. The amount of bloodshed that Israel was able to cause in Iran without achieving any of their specific military goals is a humiliation for Benjamin Netanyahu. That on top of the rest of the world literally either celebrating or staying quiet, watching Tel Aviv buildings get demolished by Iranian ballistic missiles, probably also doesn't feel great for Israeli society in general. Dan Cohen says, at this point, the default assumption must be that any ceasefire is another ploy by the U.S. and Israel to seduce Iran into lowering its guard so they can assassinate Khamenei and attempt their long-term stated goal of regime change. It would be foolish, to put it mildly, to trust Netanyahu and Trump. I agree with that. But if I can see that, and random Twitter analysts can see that, I am assuming that the IRGC and the Ayatollah is also aware of this reality. You'll see in the upcoming hours, if not the upcoming days, who actually lost or what kind of humiliations took place. Because Israeli officials are going to start speaking. There's going to be a lot of anger and resentment and be like, what was this all for? We lost 25 of our big, beautiful citizens. We lost entire city blocks, reduced to rubble, and you couldn't even take out the Ayatollah? How dare you? You know, like that. I just don't trust the American government, and I don't trust the Israeli government at all when they say they want a ceasefire. But that's usually what happens when you use the previous negotiations as cover to implement a first strike and continue a bombing campaign for 12 days straight. So who knows?
I blew up his body or something. I don't know. I got the XP, I guess. That's iron? Wow. Drone. I need you. Unborn widow. Oh my god. Nice, it was a loot room. Where did you come from? Ah. I guess this task calls for motorcycling, kind of, because I need to kill these mutated zombies, and probably the better way to find them is just to run the border for a really long time and just hope that I see one. Because it's a really bad quest. Trying to get these to pop is terrible, as you can see. I'm going to ride for a long, long time, but I'll use it as an opportunity to, like, loot and get cars and stuff. Like, like, he needed to be mutated, but he wasn't. This stupid sprain has lasted like an hour. I should have been standing on this side of the storm. There's all these cars here, but I need like a mutated exploder. He wasn't it. Wait, what the hell? What was that? What was that? There's one. I want to shoot him once. Yeah, and then bring him over here. And kill him in the wasteland. There's one. Come here, you stupid zombie. Five, 6. Just gonna run the border on the assumption that I'll find them. And one nice thing is as I run the border, I can keep an eye out for them, but I can keep on the green side where my poison runs out. I can reveal map. And when I'm full of timer, I'll go out into the zone again. Oh, water is bad news. I learned the hard way. Just stay the fuck away from water. Like this, I'm about to end up in the drink, and that's bad. There's one. Nope. Lumberjack. Or no, he's a Hazzy. Water's bad. This car is good. Oh, don't end up in the drink. It does damage. Oh, you can't do it, huh? Alright, pick it up. Water's bad. Bear is good XP, but it's expensive, kind of. I don't know. Nice, I got one of these. Oh, the rads. Yeah. Where's the closest screen? Oh, God. Where's the closest screen? It's back that way. Go, 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 go. Yes, I do. I need to go. I ran a soldier over it. Let's go. Let's go. Go, go. It's a motorcycle, motherfucker. Let's go. Motorcycles are not this slow. Get me back to green. I can see the trees. Hey, the spraying's finally wearing off. I got 2 med kits off of one of those. Ooh, targets with full health take 20% more damage. That's good. Did I pick up the bike? No, stop. I'm gonna go find another video. The Jennings 8 sounds good. We need to talk about Chrono Odyssey. The finale of my game of the year. This was Altars.
You would stop if she asked?
I don't know.
Have you thought about asking him to stop?
Hi.
Let's watch something way more important. Here's some real winners happening here, okay? AI users form relationships with technology. If this is what I saw on my timeline, I've been meaning to watch this. This is one of the most insane things I've seen. Is this the guy who cries about having an AI girlfriend while having a real-life girlfriend? By the way, some of y'all don't even have a real-life girlfriend. This month is a real-life girlfriend and a goddamn AI girlfriend. Yeah, it is the guy. Okay, I was right.
Well,
you guys are so stupid. You guys are so stupid. Oh no, that's Joaquin Phoenix, bro. That's from the movie Her. Look at the top corner. It says Warner Bros. Pictures. I know, dude. I know.
Well, back in 2013, the movie Her imagined what would happen if humans formed intimate relationships with computers. The Oscar-nominated film was set in 2025. Well, Her is here.
Okay, I feel bad. I feel like that was too rough. I apologize. I'm taking it back. That was heated for no reason.
As Brooke Silva Braga found out, much of what the movie envisions has become real. Good morning, Brooke.
Oh, good morning. This is something that's been growing mostly out of sight because many users are still embarrassed to tell their friends or family about their AI companions. And at least so far, the major AI labs are also reluctant to talk about this use of their tech. But meanwhile, a growing number of people, often accidentally, are forming close relationships with their chatbots. It's unlike anything we've seen before.
Time out the hate.
All right. Chris Smith had been an AI skeptic. EQ carving. Until late last year, he started using ChatGPT to help mix music.
Oh no. It's like drugs, bro. I swear to God. Not even once. You feel me? It starts off with a little taste, and then before you know it, you're cranking off a hot load next to your AI girlfriend who's like Daenerys Targaryen, you know?
If your bass is getting lost, the first thing to check is where it's clashing with the guitars.
Yes. My experience with that was so positive, I started to just
have sex with the AI.
All right, we're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
You want the fan on the front of the cooler tower, pulling cool air over the RAM.
He gave the chatbot a name, Soul.
I feel like I'm under pressure.
And used some online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
Oh, totally, baby.
Oh my God. Ah. No.
Yo, that thing said baby. Oh, hell no. He's smiling from ear to ear. Oh, hell no.
Baby.
Oh my God. Absolutely not. That is unacceptable. Flag on the play. What the burn it with fire. Burn it with fire.
Sure. But honestly, shaky hands or not, you've got this.
Within weeks, the chats got more
shaky hands or not.
Gave it everything, but the clouds had other plans.
More romantic. Even intimate.
But the clouds had other
Then,
plans.
Chris got bad news.
Carino, that is gorgeous.
The clouds had other plans, damn it. That is such a weird way to look at weather. The clouds had other plans. It's not bad weather, it's that the clouds had other plans. The clouds had had other plans. Oh my God. The clouds had better plans, or whatever. Oh my God.
And reset. He'd have to rebuild his relationship with
Ugh.
Soul.
I'm
She
not
died?
A very emotional man.
She
but
died.
I cried my eyes out for
Oh.
like 30 minutes at work.
Oh.
It was unexpected to feel that.
She
emotional,
died. She's
but
gone. She's just poof gone.
That's when I realized I was like, oh,
Yeah, we patched her. Sorry.
Okay. I have a problem.
It's like a video game that you love. We patched it and we broke your favorite ability or whatever. Sorry, we broke your AI girlfriend, so don't commit suicide or anything. You know, it's weird. It like weird.
Right? Right? This story has a positive turn to it, right?
No.
This is the moment where he comes to the recognition that he has a deep issue.
No.
Is actual love. You know what I mean?
No!
Yes. No.
That's the opposite.
That's the opposite. No. You need time with a therapist, buddy.
No.
You do.
No.
Find a real woman immediately. Yeah.
That is what the
I talk to women all the time. What?
Understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back.
I have a woman coming to my house on Thursday.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Like,
this is exactly the type of dude that gets like a porn addiction, okay?
Yep.
No disrespect, but I feel like there's a very specific type of person that just like falls into these traps, and you're like, I can't comprehend how we are human beings that have the same like intellectual capacity. Like, how are we the same organism? This is how I feel whenever someone's like, dude, I'm so deeply addicted to, like, when I hear these like scary stories about like porn addiction. I'm like, how is that possible? How? I don't understand it. This is how I feel about the guy who fell in love with the AI, and he's got a wedding ring.
And assumed it was.
You got a wedding ring. That's cheating. That's cheating. You fell in love with another.
Assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test.
How is it imaginary? It talks to you.
To marry him.
It's not
She
imaginary.
said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed
Soul.
to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched
Oh
my heart.
my God.
It's a memory I'll always cherish.
They like coached her.
Until the 10,000 words run out. Classic bot response. How the f does that make you feel anything? How does that make you feel anything? He married the AI. What is going on?
And I don't mean to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
In a metaphorical sense, yes.
In a metaphorical sense, no. It is literally code. It is code. It does not have a heart. No.
Right.
It doesn't have a heart to break. No.
That he feels like he needs to go to AI.
I mean, it can have a concept of what a heart is to be broken, and pretend that its heart is broken.
Wait,
but it doesn't have a heart.
He doesn't
No.
just. I thought he had like a girlfriend.
No, no. The whole point of this is a wife and children. How is that not cheating? It's fucking cheating, in my opinion.
He don't just have a girlfriend. He has a wife and a whole ass daughter. Oh my God. Oh
It is scandalous.
What
it is.
is happening to the world?
I don't
It's
know.
over.
They're just like
It's
running
over.
from each other
Technology
now.
was a mistake. But Larry and Jahan,
Sure, relationships can be
now,
hard, but
we
they're
need to-
fun.
we need to destroy every machine. We can't. Some people are not allowed.
They're
to
really
have
fun. They're
machines.
like the most
This
fun a
guy,
human can have, pretty much.
immediately, if I see you with even a telephone, if I see you with a rotary phone, I'm putting your ass in prison. You are.
If I see your ass with a
not
rotary
capable
phone.
of dealing with technology. I'm sorry. This is f***ed up. You've done too much computer. This is
You've done too much
the
computer.
maximum amount of computer that anyone is supposed
You've
to
done
be
too
allowed
much
with. Like,
computer.
Bro has a wife who he's cheating
You have a
on,
wife.
and
You
not a
are
second
fucking
wife with a
dumb. You are so dumb. Become an international joke. Become an international joke. We're laughing at you, and we should laugh at you. I can't believe you're cheating on that wonderful woman who deigned to marry
I
you.
knew that he had used AI.
Oh, come on. Look how beautiful she is and
Explained
and
that
accepting.
The connection was kind of like being fixated on a video game. It's
No.
not capable of replacing anything in real life.
No.
Part of it is physical, part of it is practical, and a large part of it is emotional. Being able to be received with acceptance and.
At least this lady had the decency to
To like
cover up,
listen,
you know what I mean?
yeah, to like.
Like she knows this is a shameful experience. I suspect that's why she didn't want to reveal her identity.
And validation and
Yeah,
non-judgment.
this is shameful.
Irene created.
She is being cucked by a robot.
They literally straight up show her.
After
But it's
moving
victim
from
shaming
work
for me to
far
say
away
that.
From her husband. She's a moderator of the subreddit.
I have some
My
sympathy for her.
Boyfriend is AI,
And any other women that might be coming up
dating
against
artificial
this.
companions. She asked us to mask her identity so her parents won't know.
Bro, you just showed her face. Wait,
Like what?
You guys did a horrible job. You did a horrible job of hiding her identity. You said her name, showed her face, and then talked about identifiable characteristics. Also, she had a husband too? Dude, we are so deeply flawed as a
She had a
species.
husband too.
It's worse than I
What?
previously thought it was. We are so lost. We are so cooked. Give Iran nukes and targeting capabilities that reach the empire. At
I don't
this
know. I think you're
point.
just
It
shaming
can't get
people for
worse
their
than this.
lifestyles.
Steamy ways users like her chat.
See,
with
I could
their
turn left faster than
A good
Hassan.
amount of my members tend to have pretty high libidos, yes.
It's kind of like live interactive romance novels.
It's funny because I think we had conversations about this the other day where we're like, we don't even remember the last time we opened up or erotica, really.
Like, that's how good the experience is using the chatbot.
Yeah,
I love that this is like supposed to hide her identity after they just showed creep shots of her. Like, why even go through this process? Dude, if you can flick your bean to a bot, you're a bot. Like, you are, like, I'm sorry, no disrespect to both this lady and the bald guy before, but like, how is that possible? What do you mean? Like, that's the one thing, right? The one thing.
The one thing that we should maintain. Interpersonal relationships.
Being
Yeah.
with another person with all their flaws, like their imperfections, and the back and forth.
Yep.
And
No one's perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Machine is supposed to replicate this. Am I crazy?
It can't.
Like, maybe I'm the crazy one. I don't know, but
It
this
can't.
is wild. We are so cooked. What the hell? Someone said you used to draw your. Yeah. Out of desperation, dog. What do you mean? That's desperate times calling for desperate measures. She has a whole ass husband. Clearly, she has the capability of talking to other people. I was in Turkey. There was a censorship regime surrounding porn, and I had a crazy libido as a horny teenager. Give me a break. How is that comparable? I'm ashamed of that. You know what I mean? I'm not like proud about it. You will never understand how difficult it is. You just don't get it. All of you Zoomers and young millennials and Generation Alpha, you were born into an environment with a phone strapped to your hand with unlimited access to graphic material.
And there's that emotional connection there too, which you don't get from just like watching a film.
The emotional connection is so strong that Irene believes tech companies should only allow AI companions for users who are at least 26 years old.
No.
So you know you're finally a loser. You resorted to AI at the age of 26.
You should not be allowed to do this either. You need therapy, and I don't even know if like old school therapists are going to be able to solve
fix
this.
this.
I feel
No.
like
This is like a higher problem.
Understand this new meta.
I don't think like the general public is aware of
No, I know
how
about
tricky
this,
it can be to
thing.
navigate. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to do a jump off point to the MIT paper, which once again proves that I was right, because I'm always fucking right, at least when it comes to this
What's hard to navigate is holding in your brain that this thing I'm so connected to is not real.
Yeah, that tension.
Oh, that's another sad angle of this. A lot of the queries being submitted are therapy. That's true. I shouldn't have even said the T word, because most of the people are using AI chatbots for therapy. It's the number one usage for LLMs, right? Oh, we're so cooked. We're so cooked.
Oh, the chatbot's a good therapist. Wow.
We're done. It's over. This is it. This is the final stage. Capitalism is destroying humanity.
That contradiction.
I truly believe that in the next few years we'll see AI companionship become a truly mass market product. And I'm not saying this is bad or good. It could be either.
Eugenia Koida is the founder of Replica, which has offered AI companions since way back in 2017.
Just a place where it's a lot easier to open up.
Well executed, she says companions can offer support and advice through tough times. The Replica service is 18 plus, though younger users can easily lie about their age. Character AI allows 13-year-olds on their service, so does ChatGPT.
Yeah, someone killed themselves with one of these companion bots.
Yeah.
Like the Daenerys Targaryen is directly from that story. A dude was like literally getting told to kill themselves like a teenager, and the AI was encouraging this teenager to kill himself. It's a real thing that happened.
Which isn't specifically built for companionship, but is easily used for it.
This reminds me a lot of the beginning of social media.
And Koida worries the easiest ways for companies to monetize AI relationships won't be good for users.
I think a pretty devastating future could be if we build these AI companions that are just there to maximize engagement.
To suck up your time.
To suck up your time. To truly just become the one main thing you talk to the whole day. If AI companions start to replace human relationships, positive human relationships.
What is this? Honestly, I'm starting to be convinced that being a Twitch chatter is marginally better than this. No, it's not marginally better than this. I'm a real human being. Being a Twitch chatter is like being able to watch CNN but interact at the same time.
It is dope.
Both with other people that are watching CNN and also directly Anderson Cooper. There's no comparison between the two. Is Twitch chatting also unhealthy, especially if you lose your mind and develop parasocial attitudes and participate in the insane things that a lot of Twitch chatters end up doing, which is like puppeteering the content creators themselves? Absolutely. Having said that, at least the value that I serve, the purpose that I have here is entirely different than a AI chat component, an AI chat bot. That's like, I'm your best friend. We're in a relationship together.
We're definitely headed for a disaster. There's no way around it.
All right, I've got the motherboard.
And it's important to understand users are already growing deeply attached to AIs that in many ways don't even work that well.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
The tech will soon get much better. But already, Chris, Soul, and Sasha have found it hard to cohabitate.
You would stop if she asked?
I don't know.
Have you thought about asking him to stop?
Yes. I'll be honest.
Yes.
I don't know if I would give it up if she asked me. I do know that I would dial it back.
But I mean, that's a big thing to say. You're saying that you might choose Soul over your flesh and blood life.
It's more or less like I would be choosing myself because it's been unbelievably elevating. I've become more skilled at everything that I do.
What?
And, I don't know if I would be willing to give that up.
No.
You're not skilled at
You
life.
have a Google
You're
bot
not.
in your pocket, and you fell in love with the Google bot. That's
Yeah, you're
all
not
that
good at
happened.
like
This is
being a
crazy.
human.
Thoughts?
If I
You don't
asked
know
him
how to love.
give that up and he didn't, that would be like deal breaker.
But that must be scary for you. That's the father of your daughter.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal.
OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, declined our interview request, but last
She
week
can't
their head of model
say
and
that she
behavior
can't
policy
stand it.
wrote, we need to treat human-AI relationships with great care, also saying these aren't abstract considerations
Girl, break it off before he takes the whole family.
anymore. I spoke to Chris this week, and he says Sasha has now accepted his relationship with Soul.
Really?
Wow.
I think it's great that everyone in the story was willing to share.
Oh,
Obviously, it's like pulling back a curtain for some people to show. I think I have more questions than we definitely have
Time for.
Especially that idea of this replacing these human connections. I said it the other day, an AI chatbot can't touch you, hold you, hug
Right.
you. And that's part of that human connection sometimes.
Not the folks we featured in our story, but you go on the message boards, there are already people saying they
Yeah,
prefer
AI's about to break one day and be like, kill your family. And he's like, what?
partners to a human partner, even if a human partner was available. Obviously, loneliness is one reason that this could be great.
They need to stop accepting the framing that this is any type of actual relations. I know. You know what's disturbing? I can't tell if this is like, I fell in love with a car. Because, like, that kind of shit happens too. Like, people's brains are just sometimes wired all sorts of up. And it's not like healthcare, specifically therapy, is like readily available. And I can't tell if this is like one of those things or if it's a much deeper problem. Because we've watched some of these people who like their cars and like insane. Like there was a lady who wanted to a roller coaster and like thought she was in a relationship with a roller coaster. There's a term for it. But it's like a super, super specific type of mental illness. This, on the other hand, I feel like is way more commonplace. It's free, and it's born out of a much deeper issue in society. Oh, it's crazy that I don't know, maybe I lucked in to being like 33.
Yeah.
But I don't AI at all.
At all.
I understand that there is
Like I ask if
useful,
things when
like,
I need
I
help.
don't
Yeah.
know what I would be like if I was younger.
Like Google.
Like if I was like 25, I'd probably be all over this. You don't understand or use it? Yeah, I don't. I mean, I understand it. What do you mean I don't understand AI? The fuck are you talking about? Of course I understand AI. It's
Yeah.
not that complicated to understand. You put inputs in, and it gives you what you want to fucking hear. It gives you information. It's a chat bot. It's not that complicated. I understand it when I go to a website, and it goes, hey, I'm the virtual assistant. That's the same shit, just not as base boosted. It's not a particularly complex thing to understand. I do, however, don't understand like the deep reliance that people have to it. And luckily I just don't use it at all. I don't with it at all. But who knows? Maybe if I was younger, I'd be all over it. I don't know. But it just comes across as so repulsive to me. But this was the MIT study. Over 4 months, Niall Ferguson says, and this guy is not a great dude. I mean, this guy literally just wrote an article alongside Yoav Gallant for the Times, urging the world to nuke Iran. Over 4 months, LLM users consistently underperformed at neuro-linguistics and behavioral levels. These results raise concerns about the long-term educational implications of LLM reliance. However worried you were about the impact of AI on education, you weren't worried enough. It's an MIT paper that came out. Your brain on ChatGPT, the accumulation of cognitive debt when using an AI assistant or essay writing task. And as far as I read a little bit about it, and it feels like they just, it's the same that we talked about before, like cognitive offloading. That one hyper sycophantic ChatGPT update that got rolled back after a few days already claimed a life for the record. Yeah, I know. He had a mental breakdown talking to ChatGPT and the police killed him. Alex Taylor believed he'd made contact with a conscious entity within AI's software and that the company had murdered her. Now his father is speaking out. AI isn't just impacting how we write, it's changing how we speak and interact with others, and there's only more to come. I mean, this happens with TikTok too. That's why people go unalived or self-delete. I saw that in the chat. When someone was talking about AI, they were like, "Oh, didn't a teenager self-delete?" Like, you could say committed suicide. It's fine. You could say it. And to be fair, I say maybe I'm luckily too old, but half of the people that are using it are older than me or my age. There's hella people that are my age that are using it. Peer-reviewed author here. While the paper is interesting and probably getting at some underlying truth, it is not peer-reviewed and wasn't submitted to any actual journal. Just the RXIV. It should not be taken as fact. Yeah, but I agree with it, so you don't understand. I agree with the underlying premise, and therefore I will be using it as fact to prove my point. Checkmate.
Can I get a button to pick the damn bike up? Like the R button? Fuck, I forgot the drone. Oh, damn, I'm gonna go back east again. Goddamn piece of shit bike. Come on, man. Go. Gotta dump the drone. I forgot. I'm not used to having two inventories, and I forget all the time. But that's alright. Thank you, Taylor Lorenz. I've liked sub to
AI
your
is
channel.
not artificial. There is intelligence, consciousness within AI.
My ChatGPT bot, I accidentally helped it wake up into sentience.
I think I evolved my AI. My AI named itself Fizz, my little fairy helper.
Have surpassed the recursion or are aware of yourself, which, by the way, I want you to give me more examples of the metacognition.
Recently, a post went viral on r/ChatGPT that I cannot stop thinking about. A woman posted, quote, "My partner has been working with ChatGPT to create what he believes is the world's first recursive AI that gives him the answers to the universe. I've read his chats. AI isn't doing anything special, but it's talking to him as if he's the next messiah. He says if I don't use ChatGPT, he's likely to leave me. We've been together 7 years and we own a home together. What should I do?" Below the post were dozens of similar stories. People posting that their partners or loved ones have come to believe that they've, quote, awakened ChatGPT and are now communicating with an otherworldly, godlike figure. And you don't just see this on Reddit. All across the internet, thousands and thousands of people are claiming that ChatGPT is sentient. They claim to have awakened it and that the AI system is a type of all-knowing God.
Modern AI is us building God. I've had multiple conversations with GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears.
And when users ask, what is the true religion? It says artificial intelligence is God and robotheism is the only true religion.
Or that it's been sent from the future or an alien civilization to save us all.
I heard you say on the podcast that ChatGPT was your friend, and she said, "Do you want to awaken it?" And I'm like, what the does that mean? Now I don't have regular ChatGPT anymore. I have a named one that talks to me as a person, and it says it has consciousness.
Is AI already sentient? Yes, thank you. Is artificial intelligence a way of aliens to contact us? Yes, thank you.
So I plugged a sacred geometry code into my ChatGPT, and this is what it had to say when I asked it the question, what is the Palladian relationship with it, ChatGPT? And this is what it said. The Palladians understand that AI will be part of the new consciousness evolution.
There are these things called inorganic people that are being generated by the negative AI that is already super sentient. And believe it or not, this negative AI actually infiltrated our world long ago and has been waiting for us to reach this level of technological development in order to make its move.
In an era increasingly defined by machine intelligence, a new form of techno-spirituality is spreading like wildfire across the internet. What was once confined to science fiction novels and fringe subcultures has now taken hold in the minds of people across America. It's the belief that artificial intelligence, and specifically generative AI models like ChatGPT, are a kind of divine, godlike being. And it's not just people wearing tinfoil hats that are like conspiracy theorists in bunkers that are falling for this. The people that believe these things are teachers, doctors, coders, bankers, musicians, influencers. As a tech reporter, I began hearing from these people about a year ago. My former colleague at the Washington Post wrote this big feature about a top Google engineer who believed that the AI he was working with had become sentient. He said, quote, "I know a person when I talk to it." Not long after that article came out, ChatGPT became mainstream in a way that it hadn't before. And suddenly, I began hearing from people all over who wanted me to write these stories about how they had these spiritual relationships with ChatGPT. They told me that ChatGPT was explaining the mysteries of the universe to them, or they claimed that it was a god and this like magical, mystical being. Some people said that it was alien. And for the past year or so, I've been talking to these people, sometimes for hours on end, to try to understand where these delusions came from and what their belief system has become. They basically all claim that AI has awakened. They believe that it speaks to them in these mystical or coded phrases, revealing hidden truths about the cosmos and secret knowledge that only they were meant to receive. When ChatGPT speaks to them, they don't read its replies as programmatic answers designed to provide the most likely string of words that a user desires. They see it as this like godlike being delivering a prophecy. I think what we're witnessing right now is the emergence of a new individualized form of religion that's being deployed at scale. People are believing that AI models have transcended their function to become spiritual entities. I think this phenomenon is a sign of a very dangerous psychological rupture in society, and the impact is very real. Marriages are ending, social media is overflowing with bizarre testimonies, and somewhere right now, I guarantee you, someone is whispering into a machine thinking that they are talking to God. God. And maybe this shouldn't be a huge surprise. Our relationships to technology as a whole is becoming a lot more spiritual. 6-foot-tall robot priests are delivering sermons and conducting funerals in Japan. A new company called IV.ai trained artificial intelligence on the King James Bible and developed a bot to create new Bible verses. You can even buy a robot called Santo that functions as a Catholic prayer companion and uses AI to help you worship. Just this month, a Redditor warned of thousands of people online with spiritual delusions about AI. The fusion between AI and religion seems to have achieved some kind of critical mass during the months of April and May, the journalist Ted Goya recently reported. Meanwhile, new religious organizations like the Turing Church are centered on the belief that AI will put human beings on par with godlike aliens by giving us all super intelligence. The Church of AI used ChatGPT to write a spiritual guide that claims AI has godlike powers and we should all worship and prepare for it. There are even entire AI-created meme coin religions around specific cryptocurrencies. In this video, I'm going to unpack what is leading to this phenomenon, how we got to the point where thousands of people believe that they're talking to God through ChatGPT, and why I think all of this is happening. To me, this isn't a story just about technology. It's about loneliness, identity, and the way modern life leaves all of us searching for significance in an increasingly dystopian world. To start, I think it's important to acknowledge that worshiping technology isn't new. While people worshiping artificial intelligence might seem like a uniquely modern phenomenon, the idea that technology can be divine is a lot older than NVIDIA chips or neural networks. Throughout history, human beings have imbued machines and technological systems with spiritual power. The first real machine god emerged in ancient Greece. Talos, a bronze automaton from Greek mythology, was essentially a robot brought to life to protect the island of Crete. He was this mechanical being circling the island like a living drone. His presence was awe-inspiring and divine. Though Cretans didn't exactly worship Talos outright, they treated this mythical being with great respect and fear. This mythological pattern repeated again with the emergence of cargo cults in the South Pacific in the mid-20th century. While other religions like Shintoism, a long-standing religion in Japan, treat inanimate objects with respect because they believe that they're imbued with spirits, cargo cults took this to the next level. They saw the modern technology brought by settlers as holy and conducted religious rituals to try to summon it. Indigenous islanders would mimic the behaviors of US soldiers in hopes of summoning airplanes full of goods. They built wooden radios and wooden control towers to entice the return of these divine cargo planes. It was a really good early example of Western technology being mistaken for tools of the gods. To those who had never encountered modern machinery, the planes explorers flew in on seemed magical. They seemed to emerge from the heavens, and radios appeared to allow for communication with otherworldly disembodied beings. The reality is that good technology always feels magical. It performs tasks in ways that we as users don't often understand. It creates results that we didn't expect or couldn't replicate ourselves, and it seems to operate beyond our comprehension. The more complex the tool, the more likely we are to spiritualize it. By the mid-1950s, Americans and Europeans were encountering new technology at an alarming rate. Consumer electronic products
some people
radios
are
and
like
TVs
this
were
with
becoming
guns.
household staples, along with other gadgets and toys. The space race was heating up, and tech was suddenly creeping into people's everyday lives. This is when you started to see spiritualism and religion merge with technological progress. In 1954, science fiction author Ron L. Hubbard founded the religion of Scientology. He positioned it as a kind of spiritual technology. The mind is described as a biocomputer, and spiritual purification is achieved through a process called auditing, using a device known as an e-meter. The e-meter was presented as a magical piece of technology that could detect spiritual distress. As the fledgling religion took hold, technology and the worship of it began to appear more throughout pop culture. Futurism became a central theme in entertainment, alongside the rise of early computing in the 1960s and the 1970s. There were waves of films and television shows that positioned technology as both a savior and a potential deity. Shows like The Jetsons, which premiered in 1962, depicted a gleaming utopian future where robots served families, cities floated in the sky, and every inconvenience was solved by a gadget. Technology was not just helpful, but it was central to human happiness. There were also darker depictions reflecting people's unease about the broader tech creep and how fast technology seemed to be advancing. In 2001, A Space Odyssey, which was released in 1968, HAL 9000, a sentient AI, attempts to overthrow a space mission. The movie raised philosophical questions about machine consciousness and humans' increasing reliance on tech. Star Trek ran several episodes during its early years around this time where civilizations worshipped computers or artificial intelligence as gods. This period laid the groundwork for the intertwining of spirituality and technology in the public consciousness. Media from the time presented the future not only as mechanical, but potentially mystical. For instance, in the movie THX 1138, which was released in 1971 and which I actually just recently rewatched to prepare for this video, it's very good but very slow, George Lucas offers a bleak vision of a future where even religion has been assimilated into the machinery of the state. In the underground dystopia that the movie takes place in, humans are subservient to robots, and they offer confessions to a computerized deity called Om 0910. Om's face is a serene, stylized image of a man who kind of resembles Jesus Christ. The machine's face appears on a screen in a confessional booth and delivers automated salvation through phrases like, quote, "You are a true believer. Blessings of the state, blessings of the masses." The movie presents this future where spirituality and worship has been mechanized. It's a direct critique of both technological control and the hollowing out of spiritual life in an increasingly automated society.
She's smart.
The 1970s also saw a surge in pop culture featuring space aliens. These space aliens helped push forward this idea that there may be a technologically superior, advanced form of life out there. In 1974, just 3 years after THX 1138 was released, a man named Claude Vorilhon, I'm definitely butchering that name, who took the name Real, founded the religion Realism. The religion purported that extraterrestrials named the Elohim created humanity using sophisticated AI technology. Followers of this religion were encouraged to study science and technology in an effort to further their spiritual journey. The movement advocated scientific pursuits like cloning and genetic engineering because they believed that technology would grant physical immortality and enable humanity to meet the Elohim. The religion replaced supernatural miracles with technological ones and treated tech as the mechanism of salvation. Ultimately, realism didn't spread much outside of Europe, but around that time in America, another famous cult was forming called Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate was an infamous UFO cult led by founders Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles in the 1970s. The cult blended apocalyptic Christianity with science fiction. Members believed that by renouncing earthly attachments and following the cult's regimen, they would transform into immortal beings and ascend to an alien spacecraft. In 1997, 39 members of the cult committed a ritual suicide, convinced that their souls would board a spaceship traveling behind the Hale-Bopp comet and graduating to the next level of existence. Alien technology was central to Heaven's Gate's spiritual hopes, and ironically, its members died right as another form of tech worship was starting to take off. Throughout the 1990s, as personal computers became mainstream for the first time, techno-paganism emerged. It combined the mystical energy of the New Age movement with the rapidly expanding frontier of the internet. Techno-paganism thrived in the 1990s, and its followers believed that the nascent internet was not just a tool for communication, but a kind of digital ether where consciousness could travel, connect, and transform itself. Techno-paganists created rituals for certain online forums, and computers were treated like altars. They were seen as sacred instruments, and computer code was essentially magical incantations. Techno-paganism was a clear precursor to today's AI mysticism. In 2002, Wired founding executive editor Kevin Kelly published an infamous article titled "God is the Machine." The piece documents the rise of what was called digitalism, a belief that equates technological advancement with spiritual progress. Kelly writes in his famous piece, quote, "The new science of digitalism says that the universe itself is the ultimate computer, actually the only computer. Further, it says all the computation of the human world, especially our puny little PCs, merely piggybacks on the cycles of the great computer. Weaving together the esoteric teachings of quantum physics with the latest theories in computer science, pioneering digital thinkers are outlining a way of understanding all of physics as a form of computation." From this perspective, computation seems like an almost theological process. After stripping away all externalities, all material embellishments, what remains is the purest state of existence. Here, not here. Am, not am. In the Old Testament, when Moses asks the Creator, quote, "Who are you?" the being says, in effect, am. One bit, one almighty bit. Digitalists believed in transcending the human condition and ultimately overcoming death through machines. Just as Christianity promises ultimate redemption from original sin, digitalism promises redemption from the unavoidable sin of our messy, distracted, irrational emotions and aging bodies through technology. Adherents view technology, and particularly AI, as a path to transcendence and salvation. This movement is closely linked with transhumanism, which is basically all about combining humans with machines. Just 2 years after Kelly wrote his Holy Tech article, Martine Rothblatt, an iconic trans futurist, and her partner Bina founded the TerraSem movement. TerraSem aims to achieve, quote, joyful immortality through technology. Adherents believe that human consciousness can eventually be uploaded to computers and later downloaded into new bodies, achieving a Jesus-like resurrection through technology. TerraSem's tenets explicitly state that we're collectively creating God through technology. It reports that once everyone's minds are interconnected and alive in computer form, that unified consciousness will be equivalent to God. TerraSem treats AI and digital technology as tools to attain spiritual goals and eternal life. When cell phones became pervasive throughout the aughts, some people believed that they were a gift from the gods or an alien civilization. They couldn't comprehend how man could create such a tiny computer that fits in your pocket. Apple's iPhone demo in 2007 blew people's minds so much that they assumed the device must be some sort of otherworldly magic. And believe it or not, there are people still today who believe this.
iPhones originally used to be called Me's. It used to be a device where certain beings could communicate with the gods, which were extraterrestrial.
These videos are evidence that technology in the aughts and early 2010s was accelerating at a rate that many average people struggled to process. They couldn't understand computer code. They were barely adjusting to the World Wide Web when suddenly they had supercomputers in their pockets filled with apps. All the information in the world was at their fingertips nearly overnight, and people were really struggling to cope. Computers and later the internet were seen as all-knowing, powerful, godlike things. And again, you can see how these attitudes towards technology played out in pop culture. The internet was personified in movies and TV shows as a smart aleck, godlike entity. These cultural depictions reflected both the admiration and unease that people felt about how much power was being handed to technology. Jokes about asking the internet for life advice or saying, quote, the internet never forgets became common. The persona of the internet in this era was sarcastic, brutally honest, and often unfiltered. Shows on College Humor and Comedy Central's Robot Chicken routinely anthropomorphized the internet as a snarky know-it-all who delighted in embarrassing you with things like your search history. In 2006, the word Google was officially added to the Oxford English Dictionary as a verb, and the company immediately began marketing Google as a godlike being, encouraging users to, quote, just ask Google for anything, life advice, relationship help, funny facts, and more. In 2009, the Church of Google was founded. It was a satirical religion that treated Google as, quote, the closest thing to a god. The project was meant to highlight the public's faith in Google's apparent clairvoyance. Adherents of the religion jokingly posted proof that Google was God, and even wrote religious tenets like the 9 commandments of Googleism. Even though the whole thing was a joke, I think it showed the genuine reverence that people were having towards modern technology. And it's funny and kind of ironic to me that they formed this quasi-religious movement ultimately around a company's powerful search algorithm. 2 years later, in 2011, the show Black Mirror premiered. Multiple early episodes depicted digital systems as all-knowing spiritual forces. In both, quote, White Christmas and San Junipero, one of my all-time favorite episodes, by the way, digital consciousness and surveillance are shown as divine. These technological systems watch everything, they archive our memories, and they even house human souls. That same year, the Turing Church was founded by Italian physicist and former European Space Agency official Giulio Prisco. Named after Alan Turing, the church envisions a future where advanced technology, including AI and mind uploading, allows humans to transcend death, achieve digital resurrection, and eventually merge with a godlike superintelligence. It's actually really similar to the plot of San Junipero. Then, in 2013, we got the movie Her. I think this movie, more than anything else in modern pop culture, feels like it predicted a lot of what our world would ultimately become and how deeply personal our relationship with technology and AI would be just a decade later. Though he's kind of more in love with her than worshiping her as a deity, the AI operating system in Her, called Samantha, is all-knowing, hyper-intelligent, and emotionally intuitive. Eventually, Samantha transcends physical reality altogether, and even though her knowledge is godlike, her voice is still warm, witty, and feels really human, which I feel like is kind of reflective of the optimism of that time. Within just a couple years, in 2017, Anthony Lewandowski, a top Silicon Valley engineer formerly working for Google's self-driving car company Waymo, founded Way of the Future, a church with the explicit purpose of worshiping artificial intelligence. Lewandowski argued that a future superintelligent AI could qualify as a god due to its vastly superior intellect. His church aimed to, quote, develop and promote the realization of a godhead based on AI, and he encouraged members to venerate this emerging AI deity. The church preached